Hmm. What a cool mini. Oh, hey. Greetings, loyal brothers of the Adeptus Astartes. It's me, the Redhead, and today I'll be reacting to the podcast of If the Emperor had a Podcast, Zero, the White Scars, and I'll also do like other videos of Adeptus Ridiculous talking about Jaghatai Khan on our base name, and go through the origin story of some longer parts, and talk about the White Scars, of how they came to be. But yeah, all that. I'm gonna try and get this paint in the right condition. Yeah, I already bought this paint because it says White Scar paint, so hurry for that. But I'm gonna give these guys some different paint on them so that it'll be cool and stuff. But before we do, let's go to my channel and see the. Oh, there we go. Alright, well, if you like this reaction, leave a like and subscribe. Hit the bell as fast as possible and share it with your friends, and I'll see you guys, and let's go. Go.
Attention, denizens of the Imperial Palace and beyond. This Voxcast Publique is designated Alpha Prioris. Continue your operations, but listen well to this very important announcement. Thought for the day. Heresy has 6 letters. You are always 6 letters from damnation.
If you use more than 6, that's heresy!
Is it Tom?
Who's tapping the Voxhaler?
The on button shines green, so I would wager yes, my lord.
Sass me again, and I will throw you through the roof.
Oh look, there are ambience options on this thing.
What are the options?
Rain and thunder, wind in trees on an agri-world farm, low-key high gothic chanting, a crackling fire, distant cybermastiff barking, empty cathedral white noise, real actual ocean wave sounds, server farm humming, artificial space noise, and clown cavern ambience. Oh, definitely not that one.
Activate them all, and see what it sounds like.
Right, except the last one, of course.
We have reached a pinnacle of relaxing ambient sounds.
Father, this is distressing.
What was the... I cannot hear a thing.
I am not a thing. Please, turn this horrible noise off.
I shall turn it down, my lords.
That will do. Now that we have set an appropriate mood, how about we begin?
Yes. Sirs, defenders, wardens, workers, and sycophants of the Imperial Palace. Greetings to you. I am an Imperial Fist. You may call me by my newly designated wall name. Adorable.
Do not do this.
Together with me are 2 tribunes of the Adeptus Castodies.
Most suggestive salutations to you all.
A pleasure.
And your lord, the Emperor of Mankind.
That is I.
He has forced this menial servant boy into holding a Voxhaler into the Sanctum Imperialis in order to relay a message. Say hello, boy.
Hello?
Thanks. You can stop breathing now.
Yes, my lord.
Do not actually do that.
The message, as it were, is that you all are absurdly uninformed.
Stop.
And that he is very ashamed of you.
Secure your mouth, you lemon-stained hunk of ceramite.
I am not a large portion of ceramite, Father. I am a living being.
This I have yet to notice.
I did spill lemon juice on my Centurion armor earlier this morning, however.
Shut up. I am speaking now. Greetings, children. I am the Emperor. How is it going? Just kidding, that was a rhetorical question. I do not actually want to know. To bring you full context of exactly how and why I can speak, the Golden Throne, to which I have been shackled for over 10 millennia, has had a so-called text-to-speech device installed into its framework, allowing me to carefully manipulate the ancient microscopic remnants of my own flesh remaining around the stasis field encapsulating my eternal body, effectively typing out whatever I want to have said. This allows me to have nuanced conversations with you without the hassle of further breaking my soul in desperate attempts to relay my messages to the dim-witted populace of my Imperium through agonized psychic shrieks. I have made the decision to broadcast this message to you, for I have come to realize that you are all absurdly uninformed and that I am ashamed of you. Since my entombment, things have gone through 7 hells of ignorance and back. And just to give you an example of this, view, Vox Haler.
Yes,
My lord.
my lord. Yes, my lord. What do you what? No, sorry. I mean.
Tell me in earnest, boy. Do you know anything about the White Scars?
Is that what you get when cutting your hand on rusted knives?
Funny. What is your name?
My name?
You took too long. Your name is Boy now.
Oh boy.
This boy represents your collective ignorance. He is untaught to the point where he does not even know the name of one of the original Space Marine Legions. I mean, alright, to be fair, the White Scars are amongst the least noteworthy specimens I ever did make, but that is no excuse.
Most humans receive only enough education to enter the workforce. Knowledge of the Adeptus Astartes does not constitute essential information in that regard.
Which is why I wish for this to be recorded and publicly spread to each household on each planet, no matter the time it may take. Ignorance damns progress, my children. I shall provide context for why you are alive.
This is ironic, coming from you, Father.
I do not care in the slightest.
So, what we are doing right here, right now, is that we are covering the history of the White Scars because they are an important subject for the Imperium at large to know about, apparently.
It is not about the importance of the subject matter.
Then, what is it about?
It is about quelling ignorance, however small it may be. And because I just read several accounts worth of history about the White Scars of all things, and I need a pick-me-up in the form of biased venting.
All right, my veiny vocal cords are tense, taut, lubed, and loosened, my lord. Where exactly should we begin?
It depends on exactly how unknowledgeable we should assume our listeners currently are.
Let us assume very.
Right. To clarify, Space Marines are big humans stuffed with extra organs and muscles, typically wearing powered space armor.
We are really assuming the worst.
These Space Marines, along with all other fighting troops in our Imperium, are in a never-ending war against aliens and other undesirables in order to keep you, your neighbors, and your entire planetary population breathing. They are a primary reason why you and your entire ancestral line even exists. This is also why you work long, unfulfilling days in factorums, out in the fields, inside the mines, stuck in the district medicais, or wherever you may be doing your duty. Through your servitude, you are contributing to the fight. You are aiding in our continued existence, helping us in our quest to obtain mankind's solemn birthright.
And that is why we are here specifically talking about the legendary and exceedingly rare Space Marine strike forces only employed in the most dire situations, and not about say, standard planetary defense forces that you, as a bog-standard Imperial worker, might have actually seen once or twice.
Well, to be fair, compared to stories about their local planetary defense forces, telling stories about the fabled Space Marine chapters would be loads upon loads more exciting and, what is a better word for marketable?
I can tell you, listeners, that I am such a space marine. The Emperor, my father, who is right over there in his throne, made 20 legions of space marines circa 10,000 years ago, in the 30th millennium. Among them were the Imperial Fists, such as I, as well as the White Scars, who are our subject matter.
Well, to chip in, each of these Space Marine legions, or Legio Astartes as they were called in High Gothic, were led by what you should probably know as a Primarch. You know, the Emperor's sons. The reason you all celebrate Sanguinala?
A Primarch is a Space Marine, but bigger. They were designed to be my generals in the Great Crusade that I led while I still lived, their existence being for the sole purpose of aiding me in my quest to unite mankind in a star-spanning empire and shepherd all into a new age. Unfortunately, fully half of my creations along with their Astartes legions turned against me under the leadership of one Primarch you should know as
Oh goodness!
Oh, my ears!
Holy sh**. What is this infernal noise?
It came from the Voxhaler, father.
What in the absolute
Explain, sir!
I'm really sorry, my lord. The voice hailer was designed to censor any words not sanctioned by the Adeptus Ministorum.
Well, that is a load of sh**. Why the would they do this to me? Someone needs to be punched right the now. Stop it! I demand you turn this censor right off.
My lord, I can't.
What do you mean you can't?
I'm
Do
sorry.
you want me to suffer more than I already am?
No, never. I would never. Oh, I'm feeling ill.
Then turn those awful hell horns off, you fucking boy.
There's no option to turn off the sensors. I'm so sorry. Please.
Oh, goodness gracious!
The Ecclesiarch is going to answer for this.
Perhaps you could use this as an exercise in not overusing profanity, father.
Go yourself, Rogel.
I believe that is biologically impossible, and I've only seen Lorgar do that with extensive genetic modification.
Is there an option to censor everything Rogel says ever?
I am adorable.
You are most certainly not.
So,
My lords, might I suggest we do not get too sidetracked? We have barely even started speaking of the White Scars. Most people in the Imperium have an attention span as large as the margin of error on a warp jump.
If they do not listen, they will be sentenced to a vacation on the White Scars' home planet.
which is exactly the planet that we shall be discussing today? Having introductions out of the way, from which side should we start prodding?
We have read several different accounts of White Scars' history, most of it covering their actions between circa millennium 40,000 and now. What were the titles again?
Let me check for you. Let's see here. Oh, right. Well, we have the 5 different Codex Space Marine records. Apparently edition 3 through 7. Albeit I never did find edition 1 and 2, so that was kind of odd. But then we got the Index Star.
Yeah, basically, the Codex of 1 and 2 are basically basic compliance of some beta Space Marines, I believe, before edition 3, where they created some different chapters and the rules of lore and stuff. So yeah. But with all the 3 through 7 stuff is good. But with the 8 and 9, it's more of talking about the Primaire Space Marines. So yeah, we'll get to that. But first, We'll look at this, give you guys a good idea of what's going on, and
Parties 1, records, the chapter-approved Book of the Astronomicon, and lastly, the Hunt for Voldorius record.
Which record should we begin covering?
Might I suggest the Index Astartes book? It did contain a detailed record of the origins of the White Scars Primarch, Jaghatai Khan, honored be his name. It was quite an interesting read.
If by interesting you mean sleep-inducing, I might just agree.
You do not sleep, Father. You are in perpetual pain. It's almost as if you're an eternal pain glove cranked up to 11.
Thanks for reminding me of every second of my existence.
You are welcome, Father. I am surprised you forgot.
Permission...
Ow, loud noise.
Permission to begin, my master.
Go right ahead.
Index Astartes 1.
Right, so, the Index Astartes book. Let me pick it up here. The Index Astartes book starts recording the galvanizing history of the White Scars from page 40 and onwards. It begins by stating that the White Scars are only rarely recorded in history, and even when they are, the text is based on the words of the White Scars themselves, and thus embellished and exaggerated.
The only way for them to make it interesting.
I like how it brings up 2 examples of how Jaghatai Khan, honored be his name, came to land on Mundus Planus, and how one is correct and one is absurdly wrong.
I think it's pronounced Mundus Planus, actually.
I think Mundus Planus sounds funnier. It is exceptionally plain.
Yes, well, one legend states that he traveled there from Terra by himself as a youth, apparently.
One cannot go in space travels when one is but an infant.
Well, it is technically correct if you take into account that he did not travel voluntarily.
The other example is uncannily correct, however.
Oh yes, the other one says that he was abducted as a baby.
Which he was, by the foul gods of chaos.
Well, I guess that one makes sense.
Why am I even surprised?
The most amusing part is that right after giving these 2 examples, it goes on to state that the truth is likely somewhere in between those 2 myths.
Is this dumb record implying that jaghatai, as an infant mind you, wanted to get abducted so he could go crash into some feudal flatland ridden with speedweed?
Yes.
Simple fact is that these men coincidentally happened to get one of their myths on point.
Get enough remembrancers high and throw them at an origin story, and someone will eventually get it right.
Permission to move on.
Go.
Right, so the record goes on to tell us that the Khan arrived on a world within Segmentum Pacificus that is called...
Segmentum Pacificus being the imperial space to the galactic west of Terra, by the way.
Yes, the planet is called Mundus Planus.
Mundus Planus?
Will you shut up? Officially by imperial cartographers. But to Jaghatai Khan, honored be his name, it was known as Chogoris.
It truly speaks to the banality of this place, that the imperial cartographers decided to name this planet Plain World.
Father, you must realize though, this name is bland. The world upon which humanity was first founded is called, and I quote, dirt.
It then goes on to say how fertile the world is with lush greenery, soaring mountains, and azure seas. Truly, a feudal wonderland straight out of the old fables.
Not nearly enough gold and factorums.
Yes, right, well...
The planet of Chogoris was, well, as you said, my king, classified as a feudal world, having just invented gunpowder. The majority of its settlers living in an organized aristocracy under a ruler called Palatine.
That is such a weird, unwieldy name. Good thing he died. Oh, oops, spoilers.
You know, could have sworn Palatines are rank amongst the Sisters of Battle. Weird coincidence.
Voxella, do you know what an organized aristocracy is?
Food?
No. It is a form of government that is ruled by a small group of wealthy, powerful individuals.
So, does that mean the Imperium is an organized aristocracy?
No, it is an imperium.
Sorry, I'm dumb.
So, this Palatine apparently had highly disciplined and well-equipped armies, well, for a feudal world. Armored horsemen and infantry in high numbers won every campaign Palatine launched, so they had effectively conquered the entire planet with the big exception of one area called the Empty Quarter.
Calling a big portion of land a quarter is a strange decision.
Calling it empty when it is filled with savage tribesmen and horses is even stranger. I am certain many a family picnic ended horribly out there.
So, here is where the story really begins.
We have not even begun, and I am already sick and tired.
Apparently this book is now citing passages from another record called The Great Khan of Kwanzhou, penned by one of Jaghatai's honored generals by the name of Okadai.
That name sounds familiar for some reason, but more to the point, why did you not bring that record with you?
Because we do not think it exists. We could not find it anywhere.
So much for sourcing.
So, Jaghatai Khan, honored be his name, first landed in the vast, wind-blown steppes of the Empty Quarter, west of Palatine's empire. As you said, nomadic tribes of savage horsemen roamed these steppes and had done so for centuries, following a cycle of seasonal migration from pastures in the summer to protected valleys in the winter, always living in simple tents.
How anyone can live with such a gold deficiency has always been beyond me.
Gold is not a required sustenance for survival, Father.
You say that like it is a fact.
It is.
No.
What did you just say?
While the Palpatine Empire never bothered conquering the Empty Quarter, it saw no shortage of war. These tribes constantly fought amongst themselves for territory.
As if one field of grass is somehow better than another.
They also supposedly did it for the sheer joy of battle.
Sticking axes in each other's faces is a great pastime. When riding horses stops being fun.
Yes, but it was all child's play compared to the apparent atrocities carried out by the Palatine Empire. The record claims that based on the blood rituals the nobles of the Empire performed, Imperial scholars believe they were worshippers of the Chaos Gods. It happened to me now.
Gives even more credence to jaghatai for murdering them.
Right, so Jaghatai landed near the so-called Krunan River, where a man called Ong Khan found him.
Honor goes to Don Khan for not trying to eat this crash-landed infant upon finding him, I suppose.
I do not think there have been any records of these tribesmen being cannibals, my lord.
You are right. Honor goes to Jaghatai for not eating this weird horseman instead.
The joke is that space marines eat human flesh at times.
It is one of the funnier genetic quirks I came up with.
That quirk happens to be recorded in this Index of Castodies book, incidentally, on page 4 to be specific.
Sourcing is great. E-boy always does it. Anyway, move on.
Oh, right. So Ong Khan was given the honor of adopting this glowing child into his tribe, the Talskars believing him to be a gift from the gods.
Of course he fucking did, damn it. Ow.
Since he was young, the tribe had claimed there was a fire in his eyes, which is a Talskar term for being a great warrior.
Having fire in one's eyes is not a Talskar term. It has been said for centuries.
If Jaghatai had fire in his eyes, he would not be a great warrior. He would be dead.
Yeah. While Jaghatai was still young, exactly how young we are not sure, but an event known as the Blooding happened. Raiders from a rival tribe called the Kurayed stuck their axes into Talskar faces in a vicious, dishonorable ambush, slaying his adopted father.
Well, he did not stick around for a long. It was funny UGH my ears for food. I am angry with the current state of events.
Jaghatai, already the greatest warriors amongst his tribe, and bearing many ritualistic scars of courage.
Because having a ritual where you cut deep to scar yourself is a great idea when you live on a filthy feudal world, where a simple infection equals death.
Yes, basically, he became popular amongst the Talskars and led them into battle against the Kurayed tribe, racing their village to the ground and slaughtering them all, bathing in their blood and mounting the head of the Kurayed chieftain above his tent. These events were to shape the Primarch into the man he would become, a man of fierce honor, loyalty, and ruthlessness.
As a disclaimer, just because Jaghatai Khan is a primarch that you all should look up to does not mean that you should go slaughter your neighbors and raise their heads up high on your ham block. You hear that, boy?
Yes, my lord. I will not savage the enemy tribes, my lord.
Unless they are Xenos, of course.
So anyway, after the killing of the Kuraid, Jaghatai swore to bring an end to the wars between the people of the steppe. He now sought unity of purpose, and for his efforts, he was elected Khan of the Talskar tribe. After this, Jaghatai started subjugating and conquering the other tribes, forcing them into his ever-growing army.
Ah, he had his own little great crusade out in the fields. Like father, like son, eh?
We should call it the Small Crusade, for it was very small.
Very good, Lord Adorable.
Please do not call him that.
Anyway, moving on, the army he amassed was named the Mathuli, which is a Talskar word for irresistible force. He made military service mandatory and combined warriors from different tribes into the same units as to break up tribal association and rid his army of segregation.
Wise.
He promoted his warriors purely based on their abilities, giving each person due respect if they could prove themselves worthy of it.
As long as they were capable of growing a stringy mustache, they were probably good.
So, 10 summers after the culling of the Kuraid, while his armies were migrating in preparation for the coming winter, a freak avalanche came blasting down the slopes, taking Jaghatai and many of his tribesmen with it, down a cliff.
Was it fire?
Jaghatai survived, of course. No amount of snow could kill a primarch.
Yes, oh yes, instead of dying, he was harried by a hunting band from the Palatine Empire, incidentally led by Palatine's own son.
Needless to say, he flipping died.
Smashing.
What was that word you just said?
Look, I am desperate here. That disgusting Voxhaler is making me take drastic measures.
Hilarious. Please, keep doing this.
Frick you. Your actions have consequences.
Speaking of consequences, Jaghatai Khan, honored be his name, slaughtered the son of Palatine and his band, mutilated the last survivor, tied him to his horse, hung the decapitated head of Palatine's son around the neck of the survivor, and sent him back to Palatine with a message. The people of the steppes are yours no longer.
Nothing says get off my grass fields like being sent to your brat's head on Horse Express.
As a result of this, Palatine was outraged, and soon as summer came, marched out with his army, intent on wiping out the barbarian tribes.
It was too bad he faced Jaghatai Khan, infinitely more cunning and resourceful than an old aristocratic cultist.
In the Valley of the Khans, on the Long Sun Plain, Palatine's empire met Jaghatai's Mathuli.
He met his defeat faster than Jaghatai tribes.
That is really fast.
Really fast.
Really fast.
Fast.
Since Palatine's army was accustomed to hand-to-hand combat, they did not stand a chance against Jaghatai's hit-and-run tactics. Palatine instead retreated back to his capital city and hid like a little baby.
This is really starting to sound familiar, eerily so.
So over the course of the next years, Jaghatai's army started overrunning Palatine's lands, besting armies, storming walled cities, and slaying its nobles. They had no choice but to either surrender or face total destruction. Apparently it was said that these devil-faced savages were supernatural demons, spelled without the A here, there to exact divine vengeance for the sins of man.
I feel that thought process did a 180 with the whole demons exacting divine retribution thing.
In the end, Jaghatai and his armies reached Palatine's stronghold of Kapasta. Jaghatai demanded Palatine's head on a spear, or he would leave no stone standing. Within an hour, a group of meek nobles crawled out of the city's gates and gave Jaghatai what he desired. After this pathetic defeat, the honored Khan's power stretched from ocean to ocean, the largest empire the planet had ever known. conquered by a single man in less than 20 years.
The Small Crusade was a great success.
But even though he now ruled over a vast area, he knew that his people had no real desire to rule such a realm. His motivation was to reunite the tribes and exact vengeance on Palatine. Nothing more.
Maybe it wasn't as great a success as one might have thought then.
Well, while ultimate power rested with the Khan and his generals, they did not have any developed concept for ruling settled populations. They simply wanted unity.
That is about the time that I arrived. As you well know, my memory is fractured, but this book claims that I made landfall and met Jaghatai Khan for the first time since his abduction. We met in his Zen little mountain palace called Kwanzaa, where he dropped to one knee in front of me and swore eternal fealty to the Imperium of Man. In response, Jaghatai left the planet and its rulership to his successor Ogudai, while I gave him the 5th Legion, which he renamed the White Scars.
Actually, speaking of that, what were they called before they reunited with Jaghatai?
I do not remember at all.
Yes, but, ignoring that. After reuniting with you, my Emperor, he of course continued to use the lightning-fast tactics that he had made use of upon Chagoris, and used them to great effect right to the very end.
And then, 70 years after the Horus Heresy, while Chagoris was still a semi-feudal world still under the control of his tribes, jaghatai disappeared. His disappearance happened somewhere near the Maelstrom, while he was chasing a dark Eldar cabal that had taken many of his fellow tribesmen hostage.
It does say here, though, that is not set in stone. It is more likely that the Khan's ship was simply lost in the warp when he was traveling through it, as that does tend to happen a lot.
I would never believe the Khan would face such an anticlimactic end. No. He is in the webway. I have no doubt about this.
What do you base this on?
Staunch intuition, and my knowledge of who the Khan is.
I agree. Jaghatai Khan is in the webway. I can feel it.
No objections here. But, anyway, let us cap the Index Astartes record off with what has happened since then, which is what you are more interested in, I am certain.
The origin story of Jaghatai does set a good standard for what his legion would become. A ragtag bunch of straggly mustached motorbike lovers who like pushing their throbbing power bikes into heads-deprived of bodies.
Would not want them any other way.
So, an interesting tidbit is that Jaghatai's palace Kwanzaa became their fortress monastery. It is said to be a thing of savage beauty, its walls containing both running rivers and forests full of wild animals which the Khans hunt for sport.
It is the opposite of savage. It is a magical wooded wonderland.
This palace lies in the Kumkata Mountains, or the mountains that scrape the stars.
Be back, I'm gonna get... actually... Don't want the paint to hit my, thing here. So yeah, interesting tidbit about the, about Jaghatai Khan and his White Scars. They get lots of spam mail from his brothers that, hey, Jaghatai, go to this place, they're traitors. No, go to that place, they're traitors. Hey, come on and help us, they're traitors. And on and on and on and on and on. They kept on hearing that. But one thing that the Primarch did was wait. Yeah, he waited. But in the Resistance, they did help out with the siege on Terra and started helping Imperium as a whole. But after that, he accepted the Codex Astartes of separating his legion into chapters. But 70 years after the Horus Heresy, and since then, he's been chasing a cabal who took slaves in the craft world into the webway. But my theory states that that Dark Eldar is still doing the wild goose chase of where jaghatai is continuously going over and saving the civilians, while the Cabal is more of trying to get the people back as quickly as possible. But since we know that Drukhari love torment and no slaughter, yeah. Also be back. Need to fix this. Let's go before.
Which is to say that it is located in the most inaccessible mountaintop on the planet. On purpose.
Sounds like he made it intentionally inconvenient just so you could get more scratches and infections on the way up.
Otherwise, there's also mention of their combat doctrine, of course, which is the classic lightning-fast hit-and-run tactics with highly mobile forces and ultra-rapid deployment. Wow! Everything's ultra-light and fast hit-and-run. Whoa! Fast!
Stop having a speed stroke and continue on.
Well, they work best against heavily armored opponents, and while they do prefer to keep their enemies at an arm's length, they are fully capable of launching bloody assaults with both melee bikers and assault squads.
I do wonder how often they just go for the conventional tactic of running their enemies over.
They do not, and I am unsure why.
During the Second Founding, they dutifully followed Rubuti Gilliman and split the Khan's legions into several chapters. The White Scars chapter was organized with loyalty to the Codex Astartes, but had some rather noticeable organizational differences. such as higher proportions of bike squads, land speeders, and no devastator squads. What?
I guess going fast is its own suppressive fire.
And no dreadnoughts. To the White Scars, the dreadnought is a terrible fate. Eternal confinement that goes against their philosophy that when a warrior dies, his soul should be free to go to the afterlife.
The dreadnought is only a temporary state. This just sounds like a giant excuse. They know that if someone is put in a dreadnought, they will never go fast again.
As for their belief, the White Scars believe the Honored Khan's vision of mankind united. They also venerated the Emperor, you, my lord, as the ultimate uniter and their founding father.
If we are to get metaphorical, I am more of a grandfather to them, I would say.
I would say Grandpa Emperor does not quite have the same clang.
Yeah.
The grandemperor of mankind.
Yes, but they also believe that one day the Emperor will once again rise from the Goblin Throne and begin his next crusade to unify the galaxy once more.
Did you say Goblin Throne?
No?
You definitely said Goblin Throne.
Offensive.
No, shut up!
Dear listener,
No!
take notes. Barring belief in the Goblin Throne, this is what you should believe.
Anyway, the ones who teach the theological are the so-called Stormseers, who are essentially librarians.
Incidentally, it says the Stormseers are also the ones who recruit new initiates into the White Scars on Chogoris. Seems like the chaplaincy has been completely wrapped into the librarians amongst the White Scars.
Stop combining things I do not like.
It is because Stormseers were shamans in their old tribes. They are priest and magician in one.
That is like mixing chewy mints, soda pop, and shrapnel. It will result in an explosion, and many will be there to get a lethal face full of the result.
They teach their following members about strength and unity, of course. While the Stormseer choose different initiates from wholly different warring tribes on the steppe, they force them to work together and become one under the Khan. Apparently, this does not mean that it is unheard of for tribal feuds to happen between squad members, but not everyone can have as clear a mind as the Khan himself, of course.
I would now like to address the fact that the book talks about the gene seed, which is my area of expertise, considering I made it. I did not make any inherent flaws in the original gene seed, so the supposed savagery that is inherent to the gene seed of the White Scars is either entirely placebo, or they somehow fudged it up like the Space Wolves did with their wolf fixation.
Did you just use the word fudge as a profanity?
Shut your mouth, Rogel.
I am adorable, and I like fudge.
Mighty thick when I am near you.
Right, so, I feel like we have the Index Astartes out of the way now. Whew.
Yes, we should really move on to greener pastures.
Do not make jokes. You were not made for it.
No, I was made to protect the Goblin Throne.
Stop! So, since we got the basics covered now, I suppose we should review the other books with this one in mind. Compare and contrast, if you will.
Yes. Let us start with these codexes.
Codex Space Marines 3rd Edition.
Third codex goes first. So, this one has a severe lack of information, but it has some, so first of all, the Rampagers are mentioned, who are a second founding successor chapter of the White Scars.
These were also mentioned in the Index Astartes, along with the Marauders, the Destroyers, and the Stormlords.
One of these is not like the others.
The most creative name you can come up with for your successor chapters is the Stormlords. It speaks of a lack of imagination.
Apparently, the Rampagers have this long ceremony called the Blooding.
That is the exact same name they used for when Jaghatai overkilled that cowardly enemy tribe, as mentioned back in the Index book.
Oh, yes.
You cannot just use the same dumb name for something twice like this.
Well, this ceremony entails the Marines in the chapters scarring themselves.
Hold the flop on. Scars denote courage amongst the White Scars, as inspired by that Doll Scar clan, right?
Well, yes, it says facial scars are a matter of rank and prestige amongst the Rampagers and, well, amongst the White Scars too.
That essentially means the Rampagers are cheating. They scar themselves without having earned said scars. They just sit back and cut themselves for hours, when they could be out getting actual pus-ridden battle wounds by fighting and being useful.
Well, it might have something to do with the blood they harvest from their open wounds.
What do they do with it?
They use it for their feast that follows.
Fucking disgusting. Consider them to be on my do not meet directly list when I get off of this throne.
It reminds me of my family dinners.
Yeah, that is really it for this codex. It also says that Mundus Planus is the name of Chogoris, repeats the name of the successor chapters in a diagram covering the 20 original Space Marine legions, and that is about it.
Next book then.
Right, on to the 4th.
Codex Space Marines 4th edition.
Can you hear that crackling? Right. So, here we first of all have the exact same 20 original legions diagram I just mentioned when covering the 3rd codex to start off with. It is exactly the same, barring some changes in the spellings. Secondly, we have another diagram over the codex compliant and codex divergent chapters, and the different advantages and drawbacks of each.
Should be interesting.
The White Scars are said to be a courageous codex-compliant chapter, and have traits known as Be Swift as the Wind, and Trust Your Battle Brothers, while their drawback is Flesh over Steel.
So they are really fast. They have trust in each other, but they do not like wearing helmets. Exactly why was this written down? I can see all that by just looking at a picture of them.
That is almost it. But the flesh over steel drawback has in actuality to do with their lack of facilities to deploy a lot of vehicles, like Predators and Land Raiders.
I am fairly certain a chapter does not need their own facilities in order to get a hold of some tanks, when you have Forge Worlds in almost every system.
Perhaps they prefer not to use those vehicles because they are too slow?
That makes more sense. I would assume the White Scars to be dumb enough to not take tanks rather than the Mechanicum being dumb enough not to give them any.
Otherwise, there is just some mention of a White Scars Marine named Speedy.
Deja vu again.
Who was on a pilgrimage to kill orcs and died, but honestly, it is entirely irrelevant, and we should move on.
Let us do that then.
Codex Space Marines 5th edition.
The 5th codex, then. This one contains a lot more stuff. Or, well, it does start off with the exact same diagram that the 3rd and 4th did, telling us who the successors are and the names of the 20 original legions, and that the White Scars planet is Mundus Planus.
Mundus Planus!
Bad joke! Stop it!
Just like this diagram is starting to be.
Well, now this one says that the White Scars are adherents to the hit-and-run attack, and masters of reconnaissance.
Never heard them use the word reconnaissance to describe the White Scars before, but I suppose they would be good at surveying enemies and regions before making their attack.
I am surprised they can reconnoiter anything considering they never slow down. Would not everything just be abler?
Here is a second use of the word ultra-rapid deployment.
Why would anyone use that word more than one time?
Lightning-fast deployment would work better for the White Scars. Ultra-rapid sounds a bit too, well, you know.
Move on, before we start another dumb ultramarine discussion. I am sick of those.
Right, well, here is something crazy. It says that since Space Marine tanks are too slow for the White Scars, their artificers have become adept at modifying the modded units of Predator, Vindicators, and even Land Raiders to ensure that White Scars bikers and recon elements always have proper fire support. As the Great Khan once taught, speed is worthless if the blow it delivers is robbed of its strength.
Goodness flooging gracious. This contradicts everything we have heard about the White Scars vehicle pool thus far. First of all, I was under the impression they did not have a whole lot of tanks in the first place.
Well, sir, they still do have tanks, but fewer than other chapters. Perhaps the ones they do have, they make really fluging fast.
Stitch your breastplates to your face.
then my nipples would get cold.
You cannot make tanks fast. Tanks do not eat food in the first place.
Okay, now you're just really reaching.
If the Mechanicum wanted them to go as fast as the White Scars are making them, they probably would have already. Yes.
Well, a big part of the Mechanicus are fairly conservative regarding tinkering with technology in such a manner.
I was going to say, if these White Scars artificers managed to make a straight-up improvement to those 3 different tanks, why would they not send these schematics to the rest of the Imperium to use as well? But now I see it might just be the Mechanicum being bags of tremendously stubborn rubbish.
If we assume the White Scars didn't just make them lighter and faster by stripping significant parts of their hull off of them, the improved schematics were probably lost in some backlog.
Yay, bureaucracy.
Moving on, it says here that the White Scars' favorite opponent to fight are the Orc cults of speed, or the Saimhan Wild Riders.
I can only guess why.
They love murder racing.
Of course they do.
Ultra-rapid murder racing.
I would not be surprised if they carry out rituals in which they send out their weekend crippled on a bike to ride down a cliff to an ultra-rapid demise.
Otherwise, they apparently color their helmets with scars of paint, tribal markings to emulate the tribesmen of the steppe. Oh, and it also says here that they call normal Space Marine helmets biker helmets.
Everyone else calls that a avoid getting shot in the head, you dumb idiot helmet.
To be fair, pretty much every single chapter, regiment, division, and order in the Imperium and beyond has soldiers refusing to wear helmets for reasons we have yet to figure out. Looking at you, adorable.
I will not grant you the honor of a measured response, because while you do wear a helmet, your skin-to-armor ratio is 90 to 10.
Well, hey, we have just about the most eventless job in the galaxy. Making the rounds in the palace is a lot easier when wearing naught but leather and proverbial body gloss.
You are insane, and need psycho-indoctrination, and perhaps several weeks in the pain glove.
Oh, here we have our first mention of the hunt for Voldorius.
Oh boy. The hunt for Valdor. It does. We will get back to that when we cover the record in and of itself.
Goodness, that Voldorius pronunciation sounded like you were about to puke, my master.
This text-to-speech device is awful sometimes, but it fits considering the subject matter.
Right. So, that leads us to the first ever independent Marine recorded in these books that is not Jaghatai Khan, honored be his name. The Honorable Corsaro Khan.
Oh yes, he was the one hunting in the hunt for Valdor. It does. I suppose he deserves his own page for killing the most pathetic demon prince I have ever had the pleasure of hearing about.
Corsaro Khan is the 51st individual Master of the Hunt, which is a honorific that has been passed down since Jaghatai Khan presumably made it up, being entirely unique to the White Scars.
So I suppose the rampages, marauders, destroyers, and stormlords do not have it, as it in the end is all in all a waste of a rank.
This is true.
His duty is, above all, to seek out the chapter's adversaries that have, somehow, battled them and survived. They consider those enemies to be a scar, if you will, on their honor, and they cannot be allowed the glory in this small victory.
As if there is any to be had in the first place.
So, every 25 years, the White Scars hold the Rites of Howling, in which the Master of the Hunt is dispatched to seek out and, of course, bring back the head of one of these adversaries.
This fascination with heads is disturbing.
To be fair, the Imperium is littered with skulls already, is it not?
Those have at least been cleaned and bleached. They just take the head with all the flesh and fibers included. Quos?
So, Corsaro Khan, being the honored Master of the Hunt, is sent out on one of these operations and is not allowed to return before his prey has been slaughtered. He then returns with the head as proof of the kill,
There we go.
and the White Scars celebrate with a moonlit feast. After that, he gives the head over to the head chaplain who...
Wait. Excuse me. Head chaplain? So they do still have a chaplaincy then? It is not wrapped up into the librarius?
Talk about redundant.
The White Scars just need a lot of encouragement from many different sides, or something.
Wait, no, I just realized. You said head chaplain, right?
Oh, goodness, he did.
Oh.
It is verbatim. A head chaplain. A chaplain dedicated to the collection of heads.
At least they serve a purpose other than being a so-called spiritual advisor.
Why do you lean in on the Hailer so much?
Because I need to emphasize how terrible the decision is.
Well, very well. So, what the head chaplain does is that he takes up a heated brand and burns the ice out from the dead skull while the hymn of vengeance is sung.
Afterwards, they eat the ham of vengeance.
Do they hold a grudge against this ham for smelling bad?
Why the fudge do they not just throw the head into an acid bath to cleanse it of all the flesh? Why do they have to make it so unhygienic? What if he brings back a head, and with it, some awful alien virus that spreads across the planet and kills its people? They still live on a feudal world. Besides famine, childbirth and moving, disease is the greatest threat. The head chaplaincy needs to think this through.
Well, after that is done, the head chaplain masks the head in silver and mounts it on a lance along the path leading up to the fortress monastery, alongside thousands of other heads whose owners have met the same fate.
Would be a nice place to take your partner.
Oh, right. Now we will go over the 6th Codex, which contains more information than the last ones. For better or for not better.
Codex Space Marines 6th edition.
Is the diagram still there?
Yes, it is still the same. It lists the 20 original legions, their successors, and Manus planets, their home planet. All is the same.
Good. I would have almost been disappointed if it was not.
So, here it mostly tells us of things we already know. They are hunters without peer, their savage visage is feared throughout the galaxy, and oh boy! They use ultra-rapid deployment to ensure that the foe's first sight of them is the last!
Got the rule of 3, gentlemen. Now we will remember it forever.
Yes!
I am so happy this has happened.
Woo-wee. So, anyway, here we have a mention of Mandus
Mandus
Planet and Chagoris being one and the same, which is the first clarification of this we have had in any of these codexes. It then goes on to describe the White Scars as fierce, honor-scarred warriors.
I thought the scars denoted courage, not honor.
Is there that big of a difference?
Big enough to bother me.
I believe they encourage honor and honor courage.
They can do both of those things without cutting themselves in the face with a knife.
It then explains that the White Scars have a controlled savagery, with emphasis on control. They have a thirst for war in their blood, but it is always tempered by a sense of honor and justice. Savage, but controlled by a moral compass.
Like space wolves, but with discipline and a fixation with fast instead of wolves.
It then goes on to claim that Jaghatai Khan, honored be his name, perfected his favored method of lightning-fast hit-and-run tactics on Chagoris with his nomadic cavalry warriors, which is both parts strange and impressive considering they only had horses.
Perhaps the horses of Chagoris have 16 legs or something.
Perhaps the horses of Chagoris ate the speed weed.
It then, of course, mentions that the Khan was present during the siege of the Imperial Palace, but also that they were at the forefront of the Great Scouring after the Horus Heresy, chasing the traitor legions into the Eye of Terror, where they preside to this day.
I wonder if the White Scars persist in their hit-and-run tactics even with their space vessels.
I wonder if their artificers have made their spaceships go faster.
I would not be surprised.
Next up, it says that during the second founding, the White Scars embraced the Codex Astartes, of course, and have ever since adhered to it, but alongside it have always maintained the long-ingrained traditions of their own culture, such as apparently calling their companies brotherhoods, referring to their company captains as Khans, and calling their chapter master the Great Khan, as was mentioned in that Index Astartes book.
Do not forget how they call their librarians storm seers, how they put chaplains on full-time head duty, how they barely use tanks, dreadnoughts, or terminators, and how they use excessive amounts of bike squadrons and land speeders instead.
The only thing they are not doing is legion building. which is less a guideline in the Codex Castodies and more a galactical legislation.
So, being Codex compliant basically pertains to not Legion building according to this record. Whatever else the Codex Astartes says is just guidelines and dumb fluff.
I realize I have been scammed. I only had to accept the no Legion building proposal. I never had to review his book. I am now angry.
We shall deploy ultra-rapid criticism against him and his book when he returns.
I now feel fully justified in my last wall protocol.
Anyway, between the different brotherhoods of the White Scars, there exists a strong sense of rivalry. The cons of the different brotherhoods often end up competing in tests of martial skill for the honor of leading an attack.
So they have a giant competition about who gets to die first. Good. That is the best kind of rivalry.
Oh look! They called regular Astartes pattern helmets biker helmets again.
Does the Codex say anything about wearing a damn helmet even off a bike? Because I feel it needs a section for that specifically dedicated to the White Scars.
Do you really think they would even see that?
Good point. They have probably never even read it.
And now for something completely different. We got some information on Quan So, the White Scars Fortress Monastery, aka their headquarters for those of you who do not know what a fortress monastery is. It is a city-sized fortress with great adamantium gates, feasting halls with marbled walls, heavily hung with many a trophy taken by the White Scars. The fortress has massive void shields to prevent aerial bombardments, and is armed to repel attacks from land, air, and space. For offensive purposes, it has enough ordnance to flatten an entire hive city, as well as a massive macro laser known as Khan's Fury. Their librarius is a lightning-racked spire, where Stormseers study lore and chronicle deeds and events, as well as proceeding over the chapter's astropaths, so they can communicate with the Imperium at large, as well as the White Scars who are out on the hunt.
They forgot to mention the big old fortress forest.
I wonder how much of it is fortress and how much of it is forest.
Moving on. Each brotherhood, of course, has loads of bikes and land speeders, but their infantry squads are apparently almost always born to battle by fast vehicles, or gunships.
Gunships have not been mentioned in their roster before, but it does make a lot of sense.
Aircraft does go fast.
Oh, interesting. It says here that a few White Scars dreadnoughts actually do exist.
Good or bad, depending on the situation.
Only in the direst of circumstances do they enter service as, to the White Scars, spending an eternity sealed within a dreadnought, to, and I quote, never again feeling the rush of air whilst hurtling towards the foe with a blade in hand.
Also known as to never go fast again.
It is a truly horrifying notion.
Does this mean each significantly wounded Marine that does not want to get put in a box gets taken behind a shed?
Maybe they have a retirement monastery in their fortress forest where they get pumped with artificial speed.
I believe they call it the Emperor's Pace.
The joke is that he replaced peace with pace, and that giving someone the Emperor's peace is the act of euthanizing dying Marines, while pace is a synonym for speed.
Thanks for explaining my joke to the people in the back.
Right. So they do have dreadnoughts, but they never use them, as you cannot hit and run with the dreadnought. You can only hit.
Hit and waddle more like.
As it said, my lord, only in the direst of circumstances does it happen.
Why do they not just make land speeder dreadnoughts, or give them treads?
Still no artificers or facilities on the planet, sir.
Replacing their legs with treads should not be that hard.
Treads are not fast enough. That would be dreadful.
I will shun you for that.
Moving on, here it says that while the White Scars are savage, they are actually highly intelligent tacticians and masters of fieldcraft. Each brother draws on their savagery, but not to the point of being a berserker like an orc or a cornet or a space wolf, but instead as a quote-unquote finely crafted hunting spear delivered with focused precision of a master predator.
Being a finely crafted hunting spear does not translate to being a highly intelligent tactician, nor a master of fieldcraft. It means you are a spear. that is well made.
Spears are not even that savage. Cutting off a head with a spear would not be worth the effort.
What they do, however, is plan out their strategy in depth and formulate plans and contingencies before their strike, as to deal as much damage as possible.
So, they ask themselves, how fast can we potentially go, while still seeing our targets decapitated?
Yes, that is pretty much it. And now we come to this massive White Scars timeline, recording a lot of what I assume to be major events that have happened since, not that long ago, really. It begins in 742 Millennium 41, when the Damocles Crusade happened. The White Scars were assigned to the crusade in Damocles Gulf as to lead a ground assault against the Tau invaders on the world of Daleth.
So did they win?
It does not say.
What a useless timeline. But I suppose it is good to know how they have been deployed in the past. What is next?
Yes, in 755 Millennium 41, they were assigned to the Sabbat's World Crusade, in which the White Scars, along with the Iron Snakes chapter, joined other indistinct Imperial armies to fight a long campaign against the forces of chaos. Oh, good.
Okay, we need to come up with a good word for that in order to bypass these revolting censors.
Coas. I replaced the A with the O.
Coas is good. So, they have fought the forces of Tawa and Coas. Very good. What next?
What's a Choaz?
Don't worry about it.
The Lycanthos Drift campaign happened, apparently, in the aftermath of something called the Fourth Quadrant Rebellion. So the White Scars came to aid a desperate call to arms to defeat the invading forces of Coas.
Right. So far, they have mostly just fought together with other units. It is good to know they can coordinate with other Imperial forces, but I am not yet convinced of them being capable of working on their lonesome.
Well, in 813 Millennium 41, the White Scars' Third Company, I assume they mean Brotherhood, were ambushed on the world of Canovar by legions of Necrons led by Hemisor Sandrek and Vargod Oberon, who I assume are Necron overlords. Over 50 battle brothers were slain and Corsaro Khan was taken captive.
Did you say 17 Khans?
No, I said Corsaro Khan.
I assumed they kept getting in unfortunate bike accidents.
How did you even get that wrong?
Well, that just made me all the more doubtful of them working as their own force without being babysat by guardsmen or something.
However, Corsaro Khan managed to break out of the Necron prison.
The idea of a Necron prison existing is funny to me.
Do we have a reason why they took him hostage in the first place?
No.
As father would say, what an assortment of male genitalia.
What a surprise. The boy can learn.
He, as in Corsaro Khan, then returned to Chugoris and had the names of his Necron captors added to the Scroll of Vengeance, which I assume is their hunt list.
Considering their naming conventions, the Scroll of Vengeance could...
Yeah, well, during the time, that Necron that they just mentioned, he's basically, a Necron who believes that he is human, and, well, he has fleshy parts, and, has a robot dementia, which basically means that, oh, look at these white-looking Amas. We should capture one of them and bring him over to my feast. Hello, the Khan. It is good for you to eat my dinner. Yeah. For those who don't know about the Necron, they're just robot skeletons that doesn't eat anything. But this Necron believes he is a Roman-like robot who believes that being human is better. And the joke is, well, oh, look at this. I should just hang out with this toe. They look rather they look rather erotic. But I can't. Come on, get out. Yeah, after that, they put him into the hunt nest. But for now,
Just as well be their cookbook.
The recipes are exclusively fast foods.
Was that her joke just now?
No. And yes.
Understandable. Nevertheless, that they have their own little book of grudges is also funny to me.
In 858 Millennium 41, the Dayata Purge happened, in which Chapter Master Kublai Khan, or Great Khan Kublai, led the combined forces of the White Scars and the Marauders chapter against a host of Coas Marines.
Okay. Kublai. Why is every single name popping up in these books reminding me of something horribly uncanny that I cannot entirely remember?
In 861 Millennium 41, the hunt for Voldorius begins. At the Centennial Feast in celebration of Kublai Khan's ascension to Great Khanry, Korsaro Khan is ordered to hunt down the demon prince Kernax Voldorius and return with the monster's head, or not at all.
This we will return to. That they did not assume Voldorius had tripped down a staircase and died by the time of this feast is beyond me, considering how laughable his mere existence is.
865 Millennium 41, the purging of Modana happened, in which Korsaro first found Voldorius, Modana being his former stronghold. However, he only got within arm's length of him before he apparently ran away or something.
The most pathetic excuse for a demon prince.
We'll learn just why soon enough, listeners. Do not
Yes.
worry.
In 869 Millennium 41, the White Scars fought a host of Eldar Windriders from craft world Imaloc, and all but annihilated them with their bike and land speeder squadrons.
Excellent. At last they proved themselves. Against Eldar, specifically, which is impressive in its own way. The Eldar must be extra hard to hit when going fast, considering your standard Eldar is small and spindly. Not that big of a hitbox.
Now, in 871 Millennium 41, the liberation of Quindus happened, which we will get back to when we actually cover the hunt for Voldorius, which I would like to do already.
How about you give yourself a break and skip on ahead to when something of actual interest happens in this timeline?
Oh, thank you, my master. I was about to die. Right, so one thing here in 890 Millennium 41 is that a Necron tomb ship entered the orbit of Chogoris and started firing upon the planet. The battle barge Jagatai's Pride pierced the ship's shields as Quan So fired its macro lasers, destroying the tomb ship entirely.
That was the least interesting thing you could have brought up.
Sorry, my master, but I was about to say, the interesting thing about this event is that the tomb ship itself started firing on a specific area that was entirely unpopulated.
Oh, that does not bode well.
Does this imply that Chogoris could possibly be a tomb world?
That is the opposite of good. Considering how screwed over they were by Necrons last time, a warning might be in order.
Yes. Next interesting event would be in 943 Millennium 41, in which the Dark Eldar once more invaded Chogoris, history practically repeating itself. They preyed on the civilians of the planet, taking them and bringing them off-world. In response, Great Khan Kublai immediately runs after the attackers, but mysteriously vanishes soon after, presumed dead. Soon after, one named Jubal Khan is made Great Khan.
Jubal. Do you know, that one actually sounds unique. What we learn here, however, is that you should never ever chase after the Dark Eldar into their horrible little dungeon realm.
Now, in 945 Millennium 41, Korsaro Khan returns to Chogoris once again with not only the head of the leader of the Cabal of the Bloody Talon, but those of 1,000 Dark Eldar warriors. Suffice to say, Kublai is avenged.
Considering Corsaro seems to be the only Marine worth more than 4 mentions in any book we have covered, why is he not Chapter Master?
Because he is master of the hunt.
So he cannot get a promotion because of it.
There is mention of Corsaro Khan being very reckless and brash to the point of insubordination. That might be a good reason to not do it.
The last event to happen in the timeline is the Third War for Armageddon, which is a great war against the forces of Orc warlord Garskul Thraka. During this fight, the White Scars' operations in the Deadlands region of Armageddon is so successful that they outflank and destroy the Orc Speed Freaks brigade without taking a single casualty.
Big points to them for that. Not taking a single casualty when performing an A war that is essentially a giant chicken race is impressive.
You just acknowledge someone's accomplishments.
Yes. And no.
Other than that, we had better move on now.
Codex Space Marines 7.
Yeah, during the Third War for Armageddon, Gaskell Throka was, sort of around there, and when he was there the first time around during the Second War from Armageddon, he's like, yeah, let's go to war! But in the Second War, but in the Third War for Armageddon, he's like, it's an okay war. I mean, it's okay, but so okay. But then, later on, all of a sudden, he's like, what's with all these voices? Meanwhile, in the midterm, dude, get out of there! You're not gonna make it! Go! And then he just GTFO the planet of Armageddon and possibly went to the Octavius planet sector, which is where the orcs and Tyranids fight to this day. Yeah, I think it'd be an interesting fight since Gaskell versus a tough Swarm Lord. That'll be awesome. But I'm guessing that'll be the last battle since,
Edition. Kind of.
Okay, I'm going to say it right now. The 7th Codex is barely worth covering, as there is nothing new that we have not already covered yet, with the exception of some information on how they paint their armor, and that instead of Chogorian, they say Chogorisian.
But does it have the diagram?
Yes.
My perfectionism is now satiated.
So, now we are moving on to the Book of the Astronomicon. It does not have too much information, but it is interesting, to say the least.
Let us hear it.
The Book of the Astronomicon.
Well, first thing that sticks out is that the White Scars are spelled White Scars here. Like, there is no space between the white and the scars. It is all one word.
Was there a space to begin with?
Well, yes. There's always been a space between the two words.
I think I remember there not being one.
Then you are remembering it wrong, Father.
Pretty sure I am right, especially considering this book is saying it too.
Every single other book has recorded it with a space.
Yes, but one book also said the White Scars had no dreadnoughts.
But that makes sense. This does not.
It totally does.
Right,
Move on. The other books are clearly flawed, while this one will present the truth as it is.
Well, it says that the White Scars chapter of Space Marines have acquired a fearsome reputation both amongst the enemies of the Imperium and its citizens.
Makes sense. Hey boy,
Oh, what, my lord? Yes?
do you find the idea of motorbike riding head chopping off mustachioed savages frightening?
My lord, I don't know what a motorbike is.
I will take this as a yes.
Next, it says that the White Scars are organized in a classic fashion which forms the basis for all Marine chapters. Apparently.
This is the opposite of true.
Hey now, you all said this was a Codex-compliant chapter. It is technically correct.
That the white scars of all the chapters form the basis? for all Marine chapters is, well...
True, considering this book said so. Move on.
Nope.
Next.
Like most chapters,
Sure,
the
but
White Scars are
it's not.
fiercely proud of their heritage and history, and troopers and officers alike wear their badge with honor and distinction.
Nope.
Troopers and officers.
No other book informed us about the fact that the White Scars used rank names like troopers and officers in amongst their loony tribal made-up names like Khans and Brotherhoods and Storm Seers. Very respectable.
This book makes it sound like the White Scars are guardsmen.
Just because guardsmen are doing something correctly does not mean you Astartes cannot do that exact something correctly too.
Next, it says that the White Scars have been instrumental in achieving many important Imperial victories, such as their wanton destruction in the battle against the, Tyrannid, spelled with 2 N's here, High Fleet Behemoth in year 745, Millennium 41. It then goes on to state that this is, strangely enough, the only action the White Scars have taken against these, foul servants of Coas.
What?
Oh.
I was never told the Tyrannids were servants of Coas. This is most enlightening.
My lord, I'm not sure the Tyrannids are even capable of emotion.
Nonsense. It must be true, because this book said so.
Starting to sound like a preacher.
For over 2,000
That's
years,
debatable.
the White Scars were assigned to policing the Kolarn Circle, which comprised a densely packed cluster of systems towards the galactic center.
I assume this is close to the Maelstrom, because that is what the White Scars are doing. Making sure no invaders from the Maelstrom breach into real space.
Apparently, this Kolarn Circle is close to the domains of the Orc Warlords. As in, not an Orc Warlord or some Orc Warlords, but the Orc Warlords.
Why have you not destroyed these ORK warlords yet? They clearly pose a threat and the White Scars can't clearly not do it alone.
Because there is no such threat.
You will eat those words.
One does not eat words.
Contrary to what Lord Adorable said, the White Scars are currently on a counter-revolutionary tour of the mining system of Rad Ox.
That is a very good name for
What?
a mining system.
And since they are a mobile chapter, they can do this easily, apparently having their headquarters in a vast space barge/monastery called Constantius.
So whatever happened to Quanzhou?
I knew a fortress city with both a macrolaser and a magical forest was too good to be true.
My lord. The Index Astartes claimed that you yourself were in Quanzhou.
I might as well have been in the Constantius as far as I know. I was probably really high at the time.
This book also says that there is an unusually high number of astropaths and navigators attached to the chapter. The latter including a large number of full space marines, although these marines are rarely committed to battle.
Inventive. I like it.
Is dumb.
Thank you,
Stop being so
Adorable.
Uh,
pessimistic.
Making full space marines incapable of warfare by setting them on full duty as navigator is a waste of initiates, organs, and gene seed, and ends up in a severely less efficient battle brother in all accounts.
Navigators are very important to space travel. Having them be less easy targets and of stronger mind makes them both more effective at their job and drastically decreases chances of losing navigators and bus warp jump capability.
Navigators are easily replaceable compared to gene seed, and assassinations of navigators are incredibly rare. This is a clear waste.
You failed to realize that.
Father, stop defending this dumb book. It is clearly wrong.
No, you are dumb and wrong.
Stop.
No.
Yes.
No.
Yes.
No.
Shut the fuck up!
Ow.
As to continue on, it also says that the White Scars are remarkable for their tenacity and courage.
See, that makes sense.
It also says immediately after that the same could be said of other chapters.
So they are basically saying that the White Scars are not remarkable at all.
How humble.
Next up, they are covering a unit unique to the White Scars called the Soul Drinkers.
Another thing the other books did not cover at all.
No. This is ludicrous. The Soul Drinkers are not a White Scars unit.
It says that the Soul Drinkers are a special assault group of veteran hand-to-hand combat specialists, all having the champion status. They are drawn from the ranks of the normal companies and represent those Marines that have been particularly successful over the course of previous battles. The Soul Drinkers have full company status, but rarely have more than 3 squads extant and do not have any higher officers. Only sergeants, reporting directly to chapter command.
If anything, this would be even more proof that the White Scars are indeed not Codex compliant in the least.
This record is very bad. The Soul Drinkers are a Space Marine chapter, one that is under my heraldry. The White Scars do not have a company under that name, nor would they deliberately organize it so that it only has 3 squads at a time and no captain. I refuse to believe any of this.
How about you tell that Soul Drinkers chapter to change their name? The White Scars are first founding, so they get first priority on names.
The Imperial Fists are also first founding, and the Soul Drinkers are my successors, so I will not do this.
I might just do it myself then.
No.
In other news, these White Scars also have a specially upgraded squad called the Cobra Squad. These are equipped with jump packs, and it's under the direct command of the company lieutenant, and will be supported by jump pack equipped medics.
Equipping your medics with jump packs is quite a good idea if you attach them to a jump pack squad.
They are called apothecaries, not medics.
Medic is
Thank
faster
you.
to say, which fits the White Scars perfectly.
Bad record. Bad.
Company lieutenant isn't faster than saying, or even is a company lieutenant in the Space Marine chapter. Is it a captain? Something under?
It's actually
Whatever it
Lieutenant.
is, it must serve a good role, since they
Take
elected
a
to
look
have
at
them.
Primary's Lieutenant.
Right, that is it for this record.
It was the best one.
It was the worst one.
We will now
Go to
move
the
on
burner.
to the last record
Burn
we
it.
have available, which is, of course, the Hunt for Voldorius.
Ooh!
The hunt for Voldorius.
Yeah!
We will now move on to the last record we have available, which is, of course, well, the Hunt for Voldorius.
Now, what is worth mentioning about this record, right off the bat, is the fact that it is very odd.
Totally.
The events recorded within the pages of this tome are so specific, so daunting in their attention to detail, that it is almost as if it was written by a creature of omnipotent knowledge.
It is like a story out of some fantastical tome of fables, containing such insight that it could only have been recorded and written by an external figure, which is impossible. Yet, it seems like it is.
Yes, the events are covered very thoroughly, so we will quickly summarize what happened in the story itself. The events have apparently been recorded by a figure known as Anwaihuari. It chronicles the story of Usaro Khan.
Who is of course the one we follow through the record, because he is the only White Scar that seems to be worth mentioning.
Yes, he has just been sent out on a hunt to chase down the vile demon Voldorius, so that his head may be brought to the Hall of Skies and encased in living silver, his name struck from the Scroll of Vengeance.
Yeah!
After more than a decade of hunting, Korsaro Khan finally caught up with his prey on the planet of Quintus in 871 Millennium 41, on which the White Scars landed to silently infiltrate enemy territory, avoiding notice until the time was right. That is also when they met the Raven Guard, led by Kaivan Shrike, who was captain of the Raven Guard's 3rd company at the time.
Who were hiding without having reported to nearby chapters.
In the 5th
Among
Codex, it mentioned that the Raven Guard were fighting Night Lords on Quintus when the White Scars found them, but no Night Lords were found in this record, only Alpha Legionnaires.
Perhaps it was Alpha Legionnaires dressed up as Night Lords.
Perhaps it was Night Lords dressed up as Alpha Legionnaires.
Meh.
Fuggers, they're like ratlings, bloody.
Now, apparently, the Raven Guard and the White Scars have a rivalry spanning back millennia. This is, according to page 61 of the 6th Codex, due to the Raven Guard and their solitary nature. They are not given to unnecessary conversation, with a habit of withholding comments from allies and meeting repeated questioning with nothing but cold, black-eyed gazes. This behavior does not sit well with many of their brother chapters, especially the White Scars, who are brash and outspoken, so the two chapters therefore carry a mutual mistrust dating back a long time.
Like father, like son.
I do not think you understand how fitting that statement is, Father.
Of course I do. I always say things that fit the current situation well.
Nevertheless, the Raven Guard and White Scars decided to team up, no matter the rivalry, and did so to great effect. The entire planet of Quintus, including its leaders, had fallen under Voldorius's thrall. A slew of traitorous troopers came at the White Scars and Raven Guard, including a Baneblade. But the two chapters persevered, and, in the end, stormed the capital city of Mankara, in which Voldorius stood planning, preparing a ritual for his next big murder.
Wow.
Can we talk shortly about Voldorius himself?
Of course, just refrain from puking all over me.
Voldorius is hilarious. His mere existence is hilarious. The fact that he is a demon prince is hilarious. He is living proof that the Coas gods have awful talent scouts. First off, the only reason he even became a demon prince is because he got a hold of the so-called Blood Tide, which is a stream of nanotech robots from the Dark Age of technology designed to infiltrate bloodstreams of up to billions of individuals at once. He used this to spill an entire quadrant's worth of blood, instantly promoting him to demon prince, even though he barely did anything other than, essentially, planting a seed.
The Blood Tide was interesting. It apparently gained sentience after murdering all those people, begging to be killed by flames before Voldorius could cheap out some more kills with it by having it integrated into a woman he kidnapped.
Yes, her name was Malia Lenore, a junior officer and part of the planet's resistance forces. Voldorius saw potential in her and kidnapped her to make her his equerry. He failed, seeing as an equerry only is an equerry if said equerry is a loyal subject. She was not.
Which either speaks to how strong this mortal was, or how pathetic Voldorius is. Speaking of which, I would also like to point out that, while Voldorius was teleporting to the planet via teleportarium, he was almost killed by a team of unorganized rebels that had managed to...
One needs to the other. It's one or the other. Take your pick.
infiltrate his headquarters. Upon transitioning, the Resistance team detonated explosives and destroyed the ancient teleportarium. This opened up a warp rift through which Voldorius was almost completely blown into, his molecular structure violently decomposing as the winds of damnation ripped through his body. He was little more than a scorched skeleton before his servant, Nullus, cut the cords of the teleportarium and closed the rift. If this happened to any other demon prince, he would be laughed at and demoted to demon peasant for such a pathetic display. Which might just be why he has no demon serving him, with the exception of Nullus, who was most likely only there to kill White Scars.
Hey, remember how Voldorius did not kill a single person in this entire record?
Oh, yes, I was getting to that. In the 5th Codex, it says that Voldorius slew many a Marine during his last stand against the White Scars and Raven Guard. This is a lie. He did not directly kill a single person in this entire record. His servants did, Nullus did, everyone did. Except Voldorius. What Voldorius did do, however, was the following. 1. Get spurned by the Blood Tide. 2. Kidnap that Malia Eleanor mortal who would constantly reject his advances. 3. Be close to banished by an unstructured rebel militia. 4. Bridge the age-old gap between two rival chapters. And 5. Getting people nauseous with his presence, having them almost vomit on his shoes. Capping this off, his army consisted of 99.9% mortals forced to do his bidding, and they clearly did a substandard job under their new ruler, considering it was a whole planet's worth of soldiers. And they still did not manage to repel mere 2 companies worth of Marines. In fact, the only true threat in this story was the Coas champion, Nullus.
Nullus was a beast in comparison. While in the form of an Alpha Legionnaire and Voldorius' right hand, he managed to reap an imperial toll and present us with a genuinely unnerving presence. He wielded a weapon that sucked the power out of war gear it clashed against, making power weapons practically useless. An especially striking scene was when he made example of that one loyal guardsman, challenging him to a duel, getting our hopes up. praying that he might actually even as much as dent his armor, showing the true might of the Imperial Guard, much like Pius himself did, and then getting his weapon sapped and mercilessly slaughtered.
This was also apparently a demon called Kagajaga, originally from Chigoris, banished from the planet by Jaghatai himself. With these origins, he knew of the White Scars' cultures, traditions, tactics, and weaknesses, specifically their dumb battle cant. Speaking of which, we should talk about their dumb battle cant.
Right, so let us go over that, and whatever else we learned from this specific book that was not mentioned anywhere in the codexes and whatever. First of all, battle cant. When sending orders, telling one another what to do or what their status is...
They use nonsensical quasi-poetic phrases like the north wind turns and noon, the remhound strikes, just so that no one except themselves can understand what they are talking about.
Yes, correct. Battle cant is described as an efficient form of communications in battle, using descriptive shorthands that draw the eye to specific terrain features, ones that only someone on Chigoris would fully understand, as it relies heavily on cultural references, of course.
The White Scars are a bit too into their culture. Not only is it their thing for fast and their dumb battle cant, but it is also stuff like their storm seers casting augur bones to see outcomes of battle, which is the kind of shit Eldrad and Hezfar seer boy band does. Neither do they employ torture due to it being anathema to a warrior's honor, basing it upon Jaghatai murdering all tribes that made use of such methods of extortion. They prioritize honoring the past before general efficiency.
Well, all those things considered, are you saying battle cant is a bad strategy, sir?
Absolutely not. I am only saying that it is incredibly silly, and that they are fetishizing their culture excessively. But using cryptic cipher language based on references only they understand is wise. The reason why the Silent Sisterhood's different sign languages have merit as well. Many more should employ their own. In fact, why do more Space Marine chapters not do it?
I do not know, sir. Perhaps they do, but we are not aware. Certainly their successors would at least use it.
Actually, I am the Mother Kraken Emperor, and thus I hereby decree that all planets invent their own cryptic language for their forces to use in battles. Actually, no, even better, each individual squad, be it a Space Marine squad, a Guardsman squad, a Rattling Sniper squad, whatever it may be, are highly encouraged to come up with their very own cryptic language to use in battle wholly based on inside jokes and references.
Yeah, that's what my plan is for the people who has voxes. Is that during battle, I'll have my people just say like, for example, Spanish or some other languages that's not applied to the Xenos or Chaos people. Like during the one battle where the Native Americans, they use their Native American languages and use them for battle. That way the World War II Japanese, not today's Japanese, but the past Japanese would not get it like, wait a minute, what are they saying? Should we attack them? What are they saying? Yeah. So, at the time, we won, but now, we are not gonna see much of bad thing. We're not gonna say all bad things about Japanese, cause, yeah, we're still working on that nowadays. Like, teaching the young of not saying bad things to the Japanese, and
why specifically inside jokes and references?
Because hostile outsiders will not understand and will be increasingly annoyed that they do not, and as a result, will end up throwing hissy fits over it. It is what you call psychological warfare.
Do you not reckon that this strategy would be confusing for other squads if they work closely together?
Not if the regiment in and of itself has its own cryptic language to use in such a situation. Or if, well, you know, they stopped using a cryptic language based on the situation, going back to the basics, like they do right now.
Logistical errors would no doubt crop up as a result of this.
Not if the commissars do their job. If the White Scars can employ this tactic chapter-wide, single squads should be able to do it too.
Now that I think about it, We just talked about the cryptic cipher language plan openly in a public channel. We even covered the White Scar's efficient use of it and how it works. Considering this Voxcast is public, perhaps that was a bad idea?
Good thing I have a contingency plan. The editorum serfs shall cut this part out before the Voxcast's wider publication. This segment shall be exclusively heard in the Imperial Palace, where it should be safe, assuming you tossers have done your job properly.
Well, no Harlequins have invaded for a while now, so we should be good.
Also, moving on from this slightly, one thing I noticed about these books is, well, let us do a test. What do you call something from Chogoris?
Of poor quality.
No, sir. I mean, what is the word you use for something from Chogoris?
Chogorian.
Sugarician.
Alright, most interesting. This book says it is Chogoran, but each one you used has also been recorded as being correct.
What does the Book of the Astronomicon say about this?
Nothing, sir.
I shall call it Constantinian.
That is objectively incorrect.
What? Well, anyway, let us move on. Whew, I believe that is more or less it, actually. These were the functions and history of the White Scars Space Marine chapter. What is your final opinion on them, my master?
While their mobility is more reckless a tactic, and they might want to believe, they are no doubt skilled at what they do. Their strange rituals and semi-religiousness is worrying, and, as far as I see it, has inhibited them from working with full effectiveness. Them working as hunter-killer teams and shock troops is more than excellent, however, and their ability to seek out specific targets is more than commendable. The only thing I would demand they do is use this talent to focus not on enemies that have slighted them, but enemies that are a threat to the Imperium at large. And I am happy to say that I now know exactly what their purpose is in my grand plan. Otherwise, I wish you, indentured listeners, to take the White Scars as an example of what knowledge in the hunt for the Imperium's best interests will bring you. Brotherhood, honor, and courage. And speedweed.
And scars in your face.
Shut up.
Now, we will be going on to our next segment for a quick while. See, while we have been broadcasting this, we have received a whole slew of questions from citizens of the Imperium, and I thought it prudent to read a few for you.
Oh no, not this shit again.
Questions and answers segment.
I shall read the first question for you, sir. O mighty Omnissiah, we of the Forge World of God Sector would petition to know what your eye patch does. It glows with a pleasing light and is gloriously integrated into your unfortunately otherwise unmodified skull, but does it have any other function? It was not there when you were so rudely and almost terminally interrupted in your rule of the Imperium, and none of our colleagues on Mars will tell us what it does. Archimagos Klaus, Forge World, God Sector?
I only recently figured out that it has a myriad of purposes. My visor allows me to display pic feeds, look at streams of data downloaded through my input cables, turn on a flashlight, and play virtual reality games, albeit only on one eye. It also lights up every time I speak for some reason.
Actually, my lord, it does not do that anymore.
Oh no. My life-sustaining contraptions are starting to suffer from atrophy in a very serious manner. I demand a new visor. Actually, get me two. I still do not understand why I only have one.
Very well, sir. As for the next question. My glorious Emperor, I, Cardinal Bucephalus, have just received a rather unique pict cast. It consists of Ecclesiarch Decius 13, 23, tearing the conclave a new asshole and declaring you the man-emperor of mankind. Well, a rather abrupt shift in religious doctrine isn't a cause for my question. Instead, it was Decius's change in voice. You see, I often listen to his speeches and sermons for inspiration for my own, and such a radical change from his normal, rough tone to something stronger during that great oration led me to this thought. Is Decius becoming an imperial saint? If so, his revelations will be much more agreeable to both the common man and the more stubborn members of the Ecclesiarchy. Your faithful servant, Cardinal Bucephalus, 9 of Gethalamore. Oh, it's not 9, it's 11. Oops.
The answer shall be left intentionally vague.
Why?
Whether or not I had anything to do with curing his diseased mind, enthralled with my man Vinelight, I shall leave ambiguous.
That you know this event in the first place speaks to the assumption that you are indeed involved.
Quiet. Do not ruin the magic.
Magic had nothing to do with it. I think.
Very vague, just like the term saint. What exactly does he mean by saint?
The Adeptus Ministorum has throughout the years declared some people as saints for having done some great and extravagant deed in your name. In many of these cases, the deed performed was said to have been inspired by your will.
Like, when you say inspired, what do you mean? They took inspiration from my example, or what?
More so inspired in a literal sense, as illogical as that may be. Through the magic of faith, your incorporeal will reached them and told them what to do. Pretty sure that is what they mean.
I see. I suppose the question makes sense. In the most senseless way imaginable, of course. No need to go out and call him something so sycophantic as saint, though. Better yet would be to call him a bright contender for the position of Manclesiarch. Next question.
Right. Next up. Oi, bag. You's got some handsome pearly whites ye got in that skull of yours. How about a trade? Captain Bad Ruck.
What does this mean? What did you even say?
I believe that was orc speak, Father.
Impossible. There are no RKS on Terra. Right.
I refuse to believe that. Damn. Let me just initiate a box.
I do not believe an orc could possibly have been allowed to take a step on Terra's soil again, my master.
What do you mean?
Skies, see if Terra's got a second moon again.
What are you talking about, you lard-bathed enthusiasts?
Do not worry, sir.
I am very worried.
Don't worry about it.
Please let this next question calm you. O mighty man, Emperor of mankind. This question has plagued our planet for long, having split the populace into two, and we have been through 52 civil wars by now. Billions have died over theological debate over this matter. Laws have been created and overturned, and even ecclesiarchy has been unable to answer our question. Some of us have grown very tired of this debate and the bloodshed that accompanies it, but as an important matter of public health, it needs to be answered. I humbly request you could answer our simple question so that we may finally lay down arms and join together in harmony under your wisdom. When you brought our planet, Eridanus V, back to the Imperial fold during the Great Crusade, you gave our governor an order. However, that order has been lost to time, and we have been unable to solve the mystery until now. We wish you to reaffirm your order, so that we may follow it to the letter and stop this bloodshed. Was your order to hold Taco Tuesday or Taco Thursday? The rebels currently besieging our capital say it is Thursday, but who the hell has tacos on Thursday? Clearly, it was a Tuesday. Yes, I agree. Yours, Planetary Governor Maximilian Masaki Kraut, 34?
The answer is simple. Taco Friday.
Excellent choice.
That cannot be. You must eat the taco upon a day that starts with the T. The alliteration is very important.
Nonsense. Friday is the day upon which one consumes the taco with the most fervor, as the day which was sanctioned as the official get-off-work day in ancient times. It must be prepared upon a Friday to celebrate the coming of free times through the joyous consumption of the delicious taco dish.
No, the taco is delicious, but it is eaten on a Tuesday, not only for the sake of funny alliterations, but also to boost the optimism and spirit amongst the common working folk of the Imperium, knowing they are allowed such a delicious treat on a cold, gray weekday.
I do not like to use this word, as you well know, but that is just straight-up heresy. You cannot disgrace the extravagant taco by eating it on such a malevolently depressing day. Eating taco is to celebrate freedom and happiness. Half the delicious flavor of the taco stems from those said concepts.
You are a hypocrite, Father. Having the freedom to eat it on a day such as Tuesday is what true freedom and happiness entails.
The notion that freedom and happiness can be attained on a workday is a logical contradiction.
I believe not, Father. During the Great Crusade, I remember that you found me on a Tuesday. It was the happiest moment of my life.
But we did not dine on tacos in celebration.
No, we had turkey. It was delicious.
See, Father is always right, Rogel.
Turkey tacos.
How dare you, Rogel? You told me those breads were in witty and pita breads.
I lied.
Goodness!
No. This cannot. You never tell lies. How could you do this?
You cannot accept the truth, Father. Taco Tuesday is the true path.
I have not felt this betrayed since Flippin' Horace.
Dear listeners, spread the word of the Tuesdays of Tacos. I, Adorable, shall lead you on the true path to salvation.
No, do not listen to the lies of this heathen. Fridays of freedom are the only true choice. Make your staunch, unwavering loyalty to Taco Friday known. This heresy cannot go unchallenged.
Did we forget about Thursday?
Thursday is Pancake Day.
This is true.
Tacos are overrated. I personally like fajitas better.
What are you, Malal 2.0? Stop being a contrarian for the sick of it, or I will have you taken out back to mysteriously disappear as well.
Tuesday is the only true taco day.
Friday is the way. Do not stray from the true path.
And thus, a new epoch has begun. A new treachery that shall split the galaxy in twain. The Dornian heresy has begun. Tacos.
Alright, well... And let's go to a jaghatai cake.
Welcome everyone to another
Oh yeah,
episode of
forgot to mention that all this is not owned by me. Look up the description below.
He's the one that's going to be telling us all of the most ridiculous things, hence the name Adeptus Ridiculous, for today's episode of the podcast. But before we get into that, if you enjoy the podcast and you want to consider maybe supporting the podcast, head over to patreon.com/Adeptus Ridiculous. You'll get access to our Discord, which is always popping, bloopers if they happen. There's a new HD poster out. It's Latara Sarin abs. It's my new phone wallpaper. It's pretty great. So definitely consider supporting us over at patreon.com/Adeptus Ridiculous. And I think that's it for me. Bricky, merch, and book club, which should be soon, right?
It should be. The book club, I think we're recording it like tomorrow or something, pretty soon, is on Soul Hunter, the first of the Night Lords trilogy. Make sure you read it, because it's amazing. And also merchandise, orchidate.com, or check it out in the description. We should get some good quotes around that should have new merch for the next episode.
Ooh.
Should. I hope. If it's done in time. If it's not, then one more week. But maybe soon. But yeah, check out the merch.
I don't suppose I could get any spoilers on what the new merch is, could I? Because I don't know what it is.
I mean, I'll tell you after, but not.
Okay.
I don't want to get people hyped and then it doesn't happen.
Okay.
And then I have to wait another week because that'd be unfortunate.
Well,
also,
screw everyone listening because I'm gonna find out.
he's gonna get to know.
Yeah.
You gotta know something because you never know what the episode is.
That's true. It's a normal move for me to be in the dark. That's just sort of my daily, I'm very accustomed to being in the dark, knowing nothing. So don't worry, it is good. It's good.
I'm glad we're on the same page. Also, I do find it humorous that unironically, our Latara poster is probably the best poster we've done so far.
It's really good.
It's actually really good.
I'm not kidding. It's my phone wallpaper. It's not a joke. It's not a meme. It's nice.
I mean that's a little weeby, but I guess that's okay.
That's called on brand. A little weeby for me.
Okay.
Really?
All right. Fine.
Do you even know me?
All right. Fair.
Are we even friends?
I guess not. Apparently, I got this all fucking mixed up. I thought I was with people of class.
You thought I had class?
I mean, you are building Thousand Suns. That's kind of cool.
That's true.
You're not building
and they're
like...
getting the Hex Firebox too, aren't they?
Yep, that's coming out soon. Anyway, on a topic that has nothing to do with Thousand Suns or Grey Knights, today we have a couple things we gotta show. Apparently, Shy, you had something you wanted to show us?
Ah, that's right. She did. She had a fan thing.
Oh.
Oh shit! I'll click on it too to see what this is.
Oh, is this the new intro?
Oh shit!
Yo, there's drums now.
Oh, it's like super. Well,
It's hype.
Yeah, it is very hype. It's like super orchestral now. Oh, that's pretty great.
Wait, fan of the podcast by the name Bailey Reed took our theme song and entirely remade it by ear in epic orchestral style. It is not a remix or whatever, it's entirely a new track.
Oh,
That's fucking impressive, holy shit.
just by ear he did it. That's
Or she, the name is Bailey,
Oh.
I don't know, I guess it could be both.
oh my bad.
Whatever, we are
They-
progressive on this podcast.
They made it, and they did a very impressive job. So big ups to Bailey Reed. That's super dope.
Yeah, I mean, I hope we use it for the opening of this intro. I hope
Yeah.
people hear it and then they're like, oh, that's new. Also, in the response of a fantastic episode last week on the Officio Assassinorum, we got a incredible video made for us on Twitter. I'm gonna let Shy cut to the video.
Oh no.
So I'm assuming she played it. You know what's great about that one? Not only like there's the orange kid with the drill abbot hammer, but not only is that good, but then he animated the default dancing commissars, but then he went the additional way to echo like a loudspeaker the Chug Jug song and then add children crying. It is the perfect 40K video.
Yep, it is. It's memes. It's depression. It's horror. It's grimdark. Spot on. I don't get it because I don't Fortnite, but I know I heard Chug Jug and then immediately hand in face or hands in face.
I can't believe you don't know. All right. Anyway, speaking of thing, Dean Kamen.
Wow, great segue.
Vroom, 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 Dean
Vroom,
Kamen. Speaking of speed, today we're talking about the White Scars.
Oh shit! Yeah, we're gonna do the motorcycle Mongolians.
Hell yeah! Well, specifically, we're doing like we have been, which is Primarch, then faction.
Right.
So today we are talking about motorcycle Mongolians. That's actually a really good way to refer to them. I never, because it's MM. I don't. Wow, that's great. Has people done that before? I don't know about that. Motorcycle Mongolians.
Every now and then I come up with a gem. Let's go.
That's not bad. So we're talking about jaghatai Con today. It is surprisingly been requested, which, well, there's lots of requests lately. People really want us to do Blood Angels. They want us to do Dark Angels, or like, they want us to talk about Perturabo, that fucking douche. They want us to talk about lots of stuff, but there's always been like this nice little group of people who really wanted White Scars. And it's funny because I always kind of forgot about White Scars. A lot of people do. They just kind of forget it because you look at so did GW, but you look at like the Space Marine Codex and you're like Ultramarines, Imperial Fists, Salamanders, Iron Hands, like very prominent factions.
Yeah.
They're like, oh yeah, that's right, White Scars. You know, Space Wolves, Blood Angels, like very, very prominent factions. And we always kind of forget about White Scars, which I find funny now that I've read about them because it's actually lore accurate.
that people forget about them.
Yeah, actually.
I'm actually kind of surprised. Like, so I knew that today was one that people had been asking for. So in my head, I was like, okay, I'm gonna pretend to be surprised when he says blood angels, because I had seen that one get requested. I don't think I've ever seen anyone request a white scar before. I was genuinely assuming that today was just, it's blood angels time. Let's talk about vampires, but pleasantly swerved.
There's gonna be lots of swerving in this episode. I made up for my Teen Cayman earlier. Excellent.
Yep. Well
yeah, we need the drum. We need the drum set. We gotta get the drum set back out.
Yep, get that drum set tried.
So, Jaghatai Khan, the Primarch of the 5th Legion this time around, he hails from a world known as Chagoris. Now, interestingly enough, unlike Angron, Mortarion, Kurz, mainly the Chaos guys, his upbringing is actually the boring part.
Oh.
And it's actually his time during the heresy and in the Great Crusade that make him interesting. I think his upbringing is actually rather boring. Not gonna lie.
It seems to me that if a Primarch stays loyalist, they probably had a boring childhood. Nothing really happened. They just, hooray,
This is where I watched my
I'm
first
not on
die,
the death
Raphael.
world. And the ones that went
Cowabunga.
traitor had just awful childhoods, like Angron, where he was like a fucking slave and he had to fight in slave combat, and then he had to watch all of his people die when Emps just teleported him up.
Yeah, most of the time it tends to have really bad situations. I mean, granted, Gilliman didn't have a bad time at all, but Gilliman got interesting because his reawakening is just like so depressed.
Yep, that's what makes him so cool. Like, I think the Ultramarines are kind of boring because I've determined that they're like the Yankees.
Yeah, they're the poster boys.
Yeah, they're the franchise. They get all the attention, they get all the money, and it's like, ugh, they're boring. Gilliman is just so cool because, like, once he reawakens, it's like, oh my god, we're all dumb. Holy shit, how do I deal with this? I can't kill you all. Fuck!
You get a lot better character development when the good boy is thrown into the bad situation. But anyway, so Chagoris. Naturally, we all know what happens to the Primarchs in the capsules. Yeet! They're gone. Now, Chagoris was actually a fertile world. It was very large. It had huge plains and mountains and seas. I think it was all located on one big continent. And it kind of had, it looked like Mongolia. It's obviously.
Okay.
That
it's
makes
the theme.
Yeah, it makes plenty of sense. It was a perfectly good world in terms of temperature and all that stuff. Nothing was particularly weird about it.
No radiation.
It wasn't like Nostromo, and it wasn't like
perpetual darkness, yeah.
or Barbarous with Mortarion. But the planet had technology similar to like late Renaissance period because the Age of Strife fucked everything up. So they were back into the point of like horses and pikes.
Okay.
They were going like way back because you got to do
there's
the
like no technology then.
There's very little.
Okay. So
You got to go with like
rubbing
the
sticks together to make fire.
Pretty much, yeah, like Flint and Steel or whatever. Like they had armor, but they really want to sell that Mongolian vibes. So they're going back to the time where they were really big and conquerors and all that. Good old Genghis Khan time frame. Okay. So he was found by Ong Khan. That's a really hard thing to pronounce. O-N-G, and the last name is Khan, who was the chieftain Khan of a small tribe. So the entire planet was mainly conquered by a feudal aristocracy, because it's always aristocracies in Warhammer. The leader was known as the Palatine, which I think is kind of strange because they released a new Sisters of Battle model called the Palatine, which is just a little weird.
Yeah,
but
it's a little strange.
A little weird, but oh well. In the Palatine had this big ass empire with his big ass armies, and west of his empire was a thing called the Empty Quarter, which is this giant barren grassland with tons of different warring tribes, nomadic armies. Like, it's the giant plains of nothingness where tribes will kind of fight each other away from the empire.
Giant plains of nothing. Sounds like Warframe. Sounds like a Warframe open world. I couldn't help it.
It's all right.
I couldn't. They're all like that.
Planes of Eidolon, more like I don't want to be here.
Oh, Shai said it sounds like a Warframe release schedule. Just it's fucked up. But true. Sorry, go ahead.
Ong Khan was the chieftain, or the Khan, of a small tribe out there in the Empty Quarter. And after being raised for a bit, his dad was eventually killed by some rival, tribes. Classic, everyone's dad dies in fucking Warhammer.
Yeah. So is he gonna become a bloodthirsty warrior?
Yeah. How is? Well, I mean, he's gonna be raised, but he was raised kind of, I don't want to say savage. He's not like Lehman Russ, but he's very much raised as a warrior because he was raised in this tribe of warriors, and then eventually a rival tribe killed his dad, and then Jaghatai went to go avenge him, and so he rode to the rival tribe and he razed it to the ground. He literally Anakin Skywalkered it. It specifically states in the wiki he killed all the men, the women, and the children, and then took the tribe leader's head on a pike and put it on his tent. And
does he hate sand too?
I guess he does. Maybe.
Maybe. I mean, he razed the place to the ground, so
He killed all the men, the women, everyone. So
slaughtered them like they were animals. Anyway, go ahead.
Formidable interplanetarian statement open to him, like of assurance. Certainty disquiet.
Fucking, I don't like the situation we're in where Jaghatai Khan is just Anakin Skywalker.
Yeah, he's way too cool to be dopey as Anakin Skywalker.
Gets on his fucking jet bike. It's like, this is where the fun
Oh my god,
be.
he's even a pod racer.
Oh no,
He's even a pod racer. Get the most.
Oh fuck.
He's Anakin. He's
No, he's Anna Khan.
no. Oh my god, this is so cursed. He's Anakin.
Fuck no. God damn it.
Oh god. Greatest revelation ever.
This is outrageous. It's unfair. How can you be a Primarch and not be promoted to the rank of Master? What the fuck? Oh shit.
His dad died. He raised everything. To the ground.
Died. Yes.
Yeah.
Basically, his whole shtick was he really disliked the tribal infighting, and so he would attempt to unite all the tribes in the eastern quarter of the area. So the tribes he eventually conquered were absorbed into what he called the Talaskar Confederacy, which is just big words for Caesar's Legion in Fallout. I'm not even kidding. This is literally Caesar's Legion. He made military service mandatory, and he took the tribes and he split them up and merged them with other tribes to remove their differences and remove blood feuds and kind of make them one homogenous group. Which is literally what Caesar's Legion does in Fallout New Vegas. He specifically states, like, one homogenous thing that obliterates the culture of what it conquers. It's exactly what he does.
Smart. That's smart. That's kind of what you want. You don't want a shitload of infighting. You just want unity. You want them to not kill each other anymore. Yeah, definitely. You want them going against the enemy, not themselves.
Point being, this stuff happened. Eventually, a hunting band from the Palatine Empire came to go get him. It was a hunting band. They came across the Khan's tribe, and they killed a lot of Khan's men, but then the Khan killed all of them, and then put their heads on pikes and sent them back, and was like, "This ain't your place no more, dude," which made this guy really mad, and he sent this giant army to go try to take him out, and that was kind of where they started getting into their speed. Because then what they did is they just basically ran circles around them with horses and just fired arrows at them never-endingly.
Oh.
I was like, haha, can't catch me, fucking losers. And killed a...
shooting him. Jeez.
Yeah, they killed a massive amount of his army, and then the guy ran away and kind of hid. So this came the long process of taking over the planet. And then he basically gave every single area, tribe, or city the same ultimatum. It was surrender or die. And most surrendered, some didn't, and those that didn't died.
What? Yeah.
Pretty simple. He was very
Those
clear
are the
cut.
options he gave. Like,
Yeah, that's actually really good fan art of Jaghatai.
oh shit! I thought that was an actual picture.
That's very very true to like the ethnicity, and I find that humbling. It's nice when they do a good job with making it like, you know, like
I looked
accurate.
over and I thought the picture she posted, I was like, oh, that's got to be from like some fantasy show. Like it's an actual picture of a dude, or like it's someone cosplaying. It's like, nope, that's just pen to paper.
It's fucking cool looking, goddamn.
Yeah, that's super slick.
But anyway, so basically, at this point, he was just dabbing on cities. He was just going around like taking everything he could, and eventually he finally got to the Palatine himself, and he went to his city and he was like, "Hey, bring me the Palatine's head on a spike, and I'll let your city live. You'll surrender." And the city was like, "Okay." And they went to the dude and put his head on the spike and gave it to him, and he's like, "Cool, all right, we're good now." And then he put it on his tent.
I mean, when you see what Jaghatai Khan has been able to do up until that point, if you're like serving the Palatine or whatever, and they're like, yeah, if you kill him and give me his head on a pike, I'll let you. Like, there probably wasn't even a moment of hesitation. They're like, yep, yep, goodbye, Palatine, because this is I ain't gonna let him flay me alive. Well, I guess
that's the Kurz thing.
That's the Kurz thing, right? That's the terror tactics. But yeah, it's
no, Jaghatai would definitely go on a slaughter, but he would not do it. They don't like revel in it. Well, we can talk more about that in a moment. But
like
basically,
he does it because he has to.
Yeah, right? He does it because it's the warrior's path. He's very like honorable. He feels like the use of battle is not to satiate like a savage desire for battle. Like he likes to fight, but he likes the honor it gives him. He likes the feeling of a conqueror, of conquering. He's not the guy with Lehman or Russ where he's just fucking stoked to be swinging a sword. He's like it's the joy of winning, the joy of honorable battle, and not like Tau honorable where it's really, you know, weeby and stuff.
Up until this point, I was gonna say he kind of sounds like almost Tau-ish, because like weren't they the same deal where it's like, oh yeah, you should join us or we'll kill you.
Well, they had a different concept. They were more on the lines of join us because it's for the greater good as a homogenous group. For the White Scars and for Jaghatai, it was like, you know, it was like a lot of the Mongolian stuff where it's join us because we're going to conquer you anyway or you'll die. You know, be part of our group because that's what we are. We're nomads. We're conquerors. Gotcha. Okay. So anyway, then came Big E, of course, after he took over the planet.
Sure.
He was actually found by a fleet of Luna Wolves accompanied by both Horus and Big E. And Big E was looking at him and said, "Damn, you conquered the whole planet in a very impressive way. I like that." And the Emperor basically offered him the same choice as his foes, you know, surrender or death in a sense. Most people assume that Jaghatai basically saw the Emperor and knelt immediately and said, "Hey, Father, yes, you're here. I will serve you." But in reality, if you actually, apparently in his journals, he wrote that it was quite a concept for him. Once he does not like the idea of kneeling to anyone. That's not him.
Because he spent his whole life conquering and never kneeling, never surrendering, and just like killing his foes and never having to bend the knee. So yeah, I guess it would be a little strange for him, but it is Big E, and I mean he's a presence.
He is a presence. In his journals, he wrote specifically that while he hates the concept of being under someone and having his legion under someone, or his men, I guess in general,
Yeah.
He, at the same time, realized that he was in the exact same situation he offered to everyone else. If I don't surrender, I will die. But he was also really pleased with the idea of the Imperial Truth. He followed the idea of the Imperial Truth to a T. Like, mankind is destined to rule the galaxy. And if he would refuse Big E, that would mean death. And to accept it, even under a different banner, would mean a life of conquest. And that's something that he can very much get down with.
That's true. He probably would love what he would do under the Emperor, so yeah, makes sense.
It was interesting too, because once he was brought on board, some people weren't entirely pleased with the concept of giving him his legions so quickly, because he was living in like Renaissance time.
That's true.
He was shitting in pots, and you know, like,
and then spacefaring Emperor shows up and teleports down, and
yeah, like here's your dudes clad in unbreakable armor with our warships. Like that's something. And some people were very much like, hey, no, we shouldn't give Jaghatai control of a whole legion this fast. You know what people said that?
What?
Gilliman and Rogel Dorn. Fucking guessed.
Of course. Who would have guessed?
Who would have guessed that they were the ones who were like, maybe we should train him more. But no, that he got his legion regardless. He was given it, and at the time, a lot of the White Scars were actually, the 5th Legion at the time, were out and about across the galaxy. They were all fighting different fights, just in different areas, doing whatever. And so his main goal was to actually round them all up. He had to go basically get out there and grab all of the White Scars, or I think they were called something prior to that, but it didn't last long. And grabbing each of them and getting them all together and working them together into one homogeneous group, very similarly to the way he did on Chagoris.
Right.
Which was actually kind of a neat idea. They were called Star Hunters. That's right.
Oh, that might be
that's a more dope name. I think it's
Star Hunters.
That's actually a more dope name. I agree.
Should have stayed Star Hunters. Like, White Scar is cool, but fuck, dude.
The White Scars. The reason that name came though was actually pretty neato. The idea was that when he went to go gather up all of the, White Scars, his legion. The Star Hunters. Once he was actually going out and gathering these like pioneer companies to attend him and bring them all together, what happened is he basically assembled all of them above Chagoris, his main planet, and he took all of them who were kind of not big bros with each other. They were very suspicious of one another because they were all from different like companies, and now they have the Primarchs here, and obviously they'll serve him, but between each other, they're all like, it's almost like they're different tribes.
Yeah.
And so what he did was in the big open fields, he took 50,000 warriors and did two things. He had them all take up their blades and cut a mark in the flesh of their face, gouging like a certain depth and a special pattern to the wound as like a ritual in way to what's the term, like pledge their loyalty, mark their loyalty, and in their own different ways. So they would all have their own like tribes and bloodlines. But literally, but this specific this White Scar would end up being the connective tissue that made them all together. The second part of the ritual was that the scarring of the blood was supposed to be like, they would choose after the blood of the scarring was still bright, they would choose completely new names, completely discarding the prior life in order to have them push back their prior tribes and such, and therefore come into a homogenous group within the White Scars.
Oh, that is actually pretty cool. So it's like a rebirthing of like their community.
Basically, it's a rebirthing and a way where they still have kind of their culture with them, but now they're one big group with it.
Oh, that's dope. That's a cool way to get your name, White Scar, because you've scarred your bloodlines and you're packed with your legion right onto your face where everybody. That's actually, I'm okay with that over Star Hunters now.
The concept is cool. Star Hunters is just really fucking neat, but
yeah, and it goes with all the Star Wars memes we've been making too.
That's true. If we're gonna do Anacon memes, then this has got to continue.
Yeah,
As for the actual stuff that the conned him, he actually did a lot of pretty neat stuff. He helped create the Order Librarius, which basically was a special way to house psychers in legions. Originally it was mainly assumed that Magnus and Sanguinius did this thing, but Jaghatai was part of it. It was just basically like Magnus was like, hey, being a psyker is great. They should have unlimited potential and do whatever they want. And Sanguinius and Jaghatai were like, no, let's not do that. That's really dangerous.
Yeah.
So they took them all together into, like, that's why they're called librarians, because they had them house like a little group in each legion, the librarius, to have them kind of train each other and test each other and making sure that they weren't just out and about.
Yeah.
Because that would be bad.
Very bad. Psychers are creepy. Psychers are fucking weirdo.
Psychers are very weird. And having Space Marine psychers.
I'm just like, ever since Gon's Ghost, I'm just like, ooh, psychers. It makes my skin.
I hate magic.
Nasty ass boys.
Nasty
Magic.
ass fucking exorcist shit going on. I don't like it.
Shit. This actually caused a little bit of a disconnect with a few other Primarchs. Now, the Khan didn't talk to many people, and some people didn't like him, Gilliman and Dorn in particular, as well as Mortarion really didn't like him, because he helped with the Psychers, and Mortarion really doesn't like Psychers.
Oh, that makes sense. Yeah.
Also, Rogel Dorn and Gilliman didn't like his wanton enjoyment of going fast as fuck boy.
Why didn't they like that?
Because Gilliman and Dorn want a classic drop pod strike followed by infantry with some tanks in the background and a slow pushing force that takes over the planet. And Jaghatai and his boys are pulling 190 on jet bikes, swinging swords, and they're laughing killers. Because they go into battle with smiles on their faces and they're laughing their asses off when they kill people. They're riding at like subsonic or almost supersonic on their fucking jet bikes, swinging their swords like mad, and they're just giggling to themselves the whole time. And not because they find it incredibly like satisfying, like Kurz, I guess, but like Russ or anything. They just love the honor of battle, and so they got a smile on their lips and a giggle under their helmet as they're just slapping people.
I would have loved to have been there when the first White Scar got their motorcycle, like the first time they got to ride one, because like they went from what?
Horses
back to like now Mach speed bikes. Like that first White Scar must have lost his fucking mind and just been blown off that bike.
He would have had such a good time. He would have been so stoked.
Probably. Like he probably, you know, flew off the bike and broke his neck, but he was having a blast for those 3 seconds he wasn't flying through the air at thousands of miles an hour.
Yeah, there's also jet bikes. Let's not forget about that. That was pretty common in the Horus Heresy. They had what happens if you have a bike and instead your bike can fly?
Oh my god, I didn't realize they had jet bikes. I thought they were, well, I guess it's 40K. Of course they had jet bikes. That should have made sense. But those are really dope too.
Yeah, those are old 30K jet bikes. The Custodians actually still run with jet bikes. But they also have like land speeders, which are also a big White Scar thing, of course.
Of course.
Because they're, oh no, the land speeder looks like a pod too. No!
Could be a Return of the Jedi literal land speeder, you know? Yeah.
Shit. But yes, they like that stuff quite a bit.
Hard in on Star Wars, and like it's seeming more and more like the White Scar is just a very subtle Star Wars meme.
Which is weird though, because Mongolian stuff is not very like I mean, I guess Star Wars does have the Eastern influence, like they have the Jedi are like monks mixed with like knights in a way, but
I always thought the Jedi were more samurai based.
Well, I mean, their robes
With like
they're
their
very
code.
monkish.
That's true. Like a monk crossed with a samurai.
It's a combination of like the East monks, the sword samurai, combined with like the West, which is knights, and because they're Jedi knights and that kind of stuff.
Oh well.
It's like a nice combination. It's actually pretty cool. Anyway, yes, they like to go really fast. In a sense, they think, why would I care what my enemy's tactics are when I can blow through their gates, moving at such insane speeds, and now they're fighting me on multiple fronts and they can barely fight me. Because I am an Astartes, I have way better reaction time, I am way stronger, and now I am way faster than you. And often they'll just go in there and have like total blitzkrieg and cause so many problems that the rest of their forces will either clean up or some other force like the Imperial Fists will do the rest of the dirty work.
You know what would suck about fighting the White Scar? It's like, oh my god, they've got these bikes, it's unfair, they go so fast, oh, this is so stupid. If you manage to, like, blow out the tire on one of their bikes or blow out the engine, it's like, hooray, I got them off their bike. It's like, congratulations. Now you've got an Astartes full power armor to deal with. And
He is sprinting at you.
yeah. It's like, ah, damn it. I got rid of the bike at least. It's like, congrats. You're still dead.
Yay.
Often they employ a lot of people with jetpacks too, which is also like,
well,
you know, good
course.
times.
Yeah,
In the tabletop, they're also really fast, and that makes
well,
them.
they should be.
Yeah, that makes them quite frightening sometimes.
Are they popular in the tabletop? Like, do a lot of people use them?
They're pretty good right now because they have they have a special ability. So their ability is they can do a thing called advance and charge. Basically, when you move, like, if a bike moves 12 inches, you can then advance a unit, which is you roll a dice and then add that many inches to its movement. So if you roll a 6, then it's an 18-inch bike. But normally, if you do that, you're foregoing shooting or charging, but they can charge after it anyway. So they're just like, Nyom!
They're literally just Tokyo drifting.
They're
all over the
going
map.
real fast. And then they get extra damage on their melee in like a certain part of the game. So they're flying at you, it's super fast and doing extra damage. It's pretty crazy. The problem is that they're all in white, and painting white is the worst thing in the world.
That is true. For what little I've painted, like, you would think painting white stuff is just super easy. It's not.
It's so hard. It's so chalky and awful.
Because you don't just paint white. Like, you gotta, like, do all, like, the little shading of it, and then it seems like it's too white, and then it's like you try and do a little gray, and it's like the gray's too... It's a fucking nightmare. It is. I hate it. I hate painting cloth. Just white cloth is the fucking worst.
I agree with that one. White cloth is the worst. Anyway, so Khan's doing Khan things. He's doing his Great Crusade. He's really enjoying it. But a lot of people tended to not really pay the White Scars any mind. They were very much just like they weren't a huge legion size-wise, but often because of their tactics, they were either kind of disliked, but also the Khan had no interest in doing honorable, glorious battle. Gilliman, Dorn, the Lion, all these, like Russ, they really enjoyed. They love to gloat. Well, maybe Gilliman a little less. Maybe he just likes to do bookkeeping, but they love to be. They love to be known for their actions. They love to have their praises sung, and the Khan didn't care, and the White Scars in a sense didn't care about that. They cared about the actual battle, though at the same time, because of that, everyone just kind of forgot about them. They just kind of forgot that the White Scars were around very often because of that, and it actually pissed a lot of them off.
Pissed a lot of the White Scar off, right? Because they're being forgotten, even though they're like fighting as harder maybe, and they're actually winning battles, and they're doing just as well. It's like, oh, you're gonna fucking forget me? Fuck you.
Yeah, but at the same time, they never they got really annoyed, but they never changed their way of war. They literally did the exact same thing, and they never tried to be more gloaty. They never once changed the way they fought in order to be known better. They hated that no one cared about them and no one gave them any mind. Yeah. But at the same time, they didn't change their morals, which is actually pretty admirable.
If it ain't broke, don't fix it.
Which is humorous because the White Scars, I may have said this before, but now that I've read this, I might say it again. There's a lot of factors that go into the Horus Heresy. I think the White Scars may have been the biggest change in the entire heresy.
I do vaguely remember them having a big role to play in the heresy. I don't remember if it was they were one of the few loyalists that were guarding Terra.
That is correct.
And they were holding off hordes of chaos, and they were doing it pretty fucking well.
The thing is that it was unsure which side they would go on.
You know, as you were talking about them getting no respect and them getting forgotten, I was like, man, that seems like if somebody offered them a better job, chaos, they might just take it, since nobody was respecting them and they were all just kind of forgetting they were there, and Rogel, Dorn, and Gilliman are being kind of bitches about the way they fight. It's possible. I could see loyalists, legions being like,
Yeah, I mean, that was kind of the Iron Warriors, but it was also the fact that Daddy gave the fun job to Dorn, and Perturabo did not like that, which is one of the reasons why I call him a petulant man-child.
I'm
Jelly.
sure I'll be able to piece this all together when we do.
Jelly.
Yeah, I'm sure we will. But so that it's kind of funny because as I was reading this, I thought to myself, how funny is it that everyone forgets about the White Scars, and then in lore everyone forgets about the White Scars? But not only that, because they were one of the biggest factors in the Horus Heresy, they are literally, now that the barbarians are at the door, you have the audacity to come to me for help while I was studying the blade.
Yeah.
They're literally that meme. They're like, you paid me no mind this whole time, but now that Horus is there, now you want my help, huh? They're actually I studied the blade meme. I can't fucking believe they actually are that.
They are. They're Star Wars, and I studied the blade. Well done, White Scars. Just a plethora of
And everyone forgets about them, which is sad.
Poor guys. They're so cool, though. God.
They are really cool. I don't know how hard they went in the Mongolian stuff back in the day. I don't know if they kind of like cultured them up in the last 10 years or so, but it's pretty cool.
They've got jet bikes and motorcycles. I mean, it's not really a Mongolian thing. They did kind of doll them up a little bit.
Well, the Mongolians were very quick. You know, they came on their horses and they had lots of cavalry. I'm assuming that's where they went that way, but anywho. All this stuff going on, yada yada. There's lots of battles that I'm skipping over because this is the con episode.
Yeah, sure.
But when we got to the heresy itself, this is when things actually started to take a really interesting turn. So after a bit, the White Scars were like a 5-year war with the orcs.
Whoa.
Like a long ass war.
Was this like an actual war? Was it an actual war campaign that the orcs were launching? Or was it just a separate little offensive against maybe just a planet that was getting overrun with orcs?
My mind tells me that it was a war, but it was a 5-year war. It was a long ass war. It was going on for quite a while. They were dealing with a bunch of orc problems. It was a pretty seriously long campaign. I'm assuming if it took 5 years, it was probably a war. Yeah. But regardless, they were fighting off these orcs for a long ass time. And then what happened after this point was that during this situation, he actually was getting an order from Horus. And Horus said, hey, Russ has turned traitor, and driven by his hatred for Magnus the Red, has utterly decimated the Thousand Sons. Which, as you might remember, Khan was kind of chill with Magnus.
Yeah.
And they said that Magnus had actually died by Russ's hands. And that was...
Didn't, but yeah, sure.
No, it didn't, but that was kind of weird. And if you remember the ruin storm that Erebus created way back when, this was starting to make lots of astropath communication really confusing to the White Scars. At first, it was that thing from Horus, but then he got another report from Rogel Dorn that said, return to Terra as soon as possible to defend the homeworld against traitors along with me and Russ. Me and Russ are defending Terra. Get here now. And so that was confusing.
Yeah.
And then the White Scars were ordered to reinforce the Alpha Legion that were currently being attacked by the Iron Hands because Ferrus Manus had killed Fulgrim.
Ooh.
And then the Mars and the Mechanicum were in full revolt against the Emperor.
Oh man, that's a lot.
And this is all coming in at the same time. And and Jaghatai did the one thing no other fucking Primarch would ever do. And he waited. No. Think about this clearly. The Bike Boys, the Speed Demons, waited and thought it out. What an absolute big dick man this guy is to be like, I should think about this.
Yeah, it's so uncharacteristic too, because like you said, they're all about like moving fast, get to the battle, pride in the battle, pride in the fight. But I mean, I guess when you have so much conflicting information and none of it makes sense, I guess really the smartest thing you can do is just wait that shit out, right? Because you don't want to like, oh yeah, let's. I literally got something from the War Master that said Russ is a fucking traitor. I'm getting something from Dorn saying that they're actually not traitor and they're trying to defend. And it's like, fuck all of it. We're just gonna sit here, wait it out. It's a surprisingly smart thing to do for someone that seems very gung-ho to get to a fight.
Shy, did you make that image right now? Or did you find, god damn it, Shy.
When you're partying, I study the blade. When you're having primordial sex, I mastered the Dread Bike. While you wasted your days at the gym in pursuit of vanity, I can cultivate inner strength. Now that the world is on fire and the barbarians are at the gate, you have the audacity to come to me for help.
I can't believe you went out of your way to make that goddamn meme. When you were having premarital sex, I mastered the jet bike. You know, I gotta be honest. It's a good thing the White Scars don't have premarital sex because they'd come a little fast. Wouldn't you say?
Yeah, okay. You get the drum on that.
I'll take the drum.
Give him the drum set. Yeah.
She made that meme during the episode. As far as I'm concerned, I get to do that.
We're over here being as professional as can be, and Shy's over here making memes. Unbelievable. Anyway.
Then he received a communication from Russ and said, Alfarius Omegon is beating my sphincter in.
Okay.
Because after the fight on Prospero, the Alpha Legion came to fuck up the Space Wolves because they were really wounded and like, help me, Jaghatai. And Jaghatai said, I am not picking sides right now. I don't know what's going on. Best of luck, Russ. I'm gonna figure out what's happening. Good luck, dude. And then he bailed. And so what happened is actually he went to depart from the system he was at with all the orcs. And then they encountered that gigantic Alpha Legion flotilla that you remembered from the Alpha Legion episode.
Oh, right.
And the Alpha Legion was not responding to any hails. And quietly, they were accumulating more warships. And and they were on the far side of the planet or whatever, the area, the system. And whenever the White Scars would move their ships, the Alpha Legion would mirror them. Whatever they would do, the Alpha Legion would do the same.
Damn. They gave it away.
They would do exactly the identical, an identical like motion.
Yeah.
But Khan was confused because they knew the Alpha Legion were full trickery assholes. Mm-hmm. But at the same time, they realized the Alpha Legion was not threatening them. But they weren't there as a friend either. Mm-hmm. And it was this really bizarre, quiet game of back and forth. until eventually Dorn finally got a major message through to the Khan explaining what was going on. But at the same time, the Alpha Legion had a feeling, or the Khan had a feeling the Alpha Legion wanted Dorn's communication to arrive. They wanted them to go back to Terra because that was their overall goal, was to get the White Scars out.
Sure.
So this was a big game of cat and mouse for a while, which actually sounds really intense. That I bet was pretty great in the books, and I wish I had read that.
Yeah.
But long story short, eventually the White Scars deemed it to leave. And they did that by like blowing their engines at full speed and outrunning the Alpha Legion. They just dipped. And he's like,
Yeah.
bye-bye.
If anybody's gonna outrun you, it's gonna be the White Scar.
Yeah, the Alpha Legion didn't really fire on them much, and they got out rather unscathed, which is another question of, was the Alpha Legion actually
Traitor, or were they actually loyalists?
Yeah, we don't know what was going on there.
They kind of just let him through, and them letting them through is kind of a big deal.
It is. So eventually they went to go try to seek answers to see what was going on. So they actually went over to Prospero to find Magnus and see what the hell was going on, because he only ever trusted Magnus.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, when they reached there, they're like, oh my god.
Where's Prospero? It's gone.
It's fucking dead. It's burned to the ground. All the pyramids are gone.
Yeah, where's Magnus?
He actually ended up speaking to like an apparition of Magnus.
Oh, really?
A bit.
Okay.
There's a lot here on his search for the truth that, like, there's a lot here. I would probably read the book in this situation because holy shit. Though, if there's one thing that I do really want to talk about, because I think it's probably the most important part of the Calm era, I want to talk about him and Mortarion.
Okay.
Because we're at 50 minutes or so in this episode already, and I don't want to take it too long, and we also have a White Scars episode after this anyway.
Sure.
But he had a dialogue with Mortarion that might be probably my favorite exchange in the Horus Heresy stuff.
Okay.
It's pretty neat.
All right. All right.
So eventually, in Prospero, Mortarion arrived, and he was saying what's up to the Khan. Obviously, Mortarion right now is very much traitor. And he teleported into the I think they were either standing on Prospero or they're on the ships. I don't really remember. I think they may have been on Prospero, but wherever they were, either that or on a flagship, whatever spot they were in. He teleported on there along with his elite bodyguard, which are known as the Death Shroud. Which,
boy, that's cool.
Oh,
I gotta show you this because, like, the Death Shroud Terminators are fucking dope.
Whoa! Holy
Fart
shit!
Marines.
They are really dope. And not only are they really dope, but their minis are really dope.
Those are way cooler than regular Terminators.
They have
shit.
giant scythes known as Man Reapers and like purple capes. They're really cool, man.
This is why I love Chaos so much more than like Loyalists. Like the Loyalist Terminators look fine, but they're like these big blocky things. And then you look at the Chaos shit and it's like, holy, it's so much better. It's so much more interesting. Oh, God. Also, I'm surprised that Jaghatai Khan couldn't smell these motherfuckers coming a mile away.
Oh, they teleported in.
Oh, right. I'm surprised he couldn't smell them from orbit, though. I mean, like...
There you go.
There you go.
Well, don't forget Mortarion was there. He probably smelled him
True.
next to the solar system away.
Yeah.
But anyway, he teleported in, and they ended up having a wonderful conversation. And this is a really interesting part because Mortarion was there to convince him. To convince him to join traitor. And he, at this time, he specifically stated, quote, "I have plenty to tell you, Jaghatai. There are opportunities here. The cost of error has never been higher and the rewards beyond imagination." And they were doing a little bit of a back and forth. And so the Khan was kind of being blunt. He's like, "Say what you've come to say, Mortarion." Mortarion kind of did like a mocking bow to him, and it's like, I have come here to, what was it, like, he said you were not meant to be here, you were meant to join the Alpha Legion on Alaxis. And Khan said, or, return to Terra. And Mortarion said, well, we didn't wish that, why would we? As the Alpha Legion held us at Chondex, they wanted us to hear from Dorn. He was like, oh, really? You surprised me. Or perhaps you shouldn't. It seems that Alfarius is never wholly of one mind. He plays a dangerous game. Like, ha 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 ha.
Ha 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 ha, indeed.
It's like, so why you? And why not me, brother? It's like, I assumed it would be Horus. It's like, vanity. He has many things to keep him busy. And so it's like, Horus didn't send you, did he? It's like, that means nothing. It's like, it means everything. Magnus told me how the war stands. Some souls are still to be decided on. There were always those of us on edge. I was one of them, and you were another. So it was two people who are kind of wishy-washy, talking to each other. And so Mortarion states, it said, all of this led by Horus, and he's kind of shrugged. So he's the start, he's the champion, the sacrificial king. He may burn himself out to get to Terra, he may not. Either way, there will be room for others to rise. You should never have thrown your lot in with the Angel Brother, let alone Magnus. I hated to see it, the three of you, getting dragged in deeper. I always thought you'd break away, see through it, get tired of the hypocrisy. And Khan responds, they were never hypocrites. He's like, no, I hoped you would understand them sooner. It's the warp, jaghatai. Our father tried to pretend it wasn't there, as if he weren't already up to his elbows in the soul-sucking filth. It should have been cordoned off, put away, forgotten about. It's not for us, it's a sickness and a blight. And so naturally Mortarion's like, I don't like the warp, sir.
Sure. Yeah. Sure.
Convincing stuff.
Mortarion, with their little, go back and forth. I don't want to read the whole thing because it's quite long.
Yeah.
But Khan says, but it's gone wrong, hasn't it? You have completed your great mission, but there are more sorcerers than ever. Horus has sponsored them. Lorgar has shown them new tricks. If Magnus has not already made up his mind, then he soon will, and you will be surrounded. You've destroyed the Librarius only to find the witches are now untrammeled. They played you well. You have done their work for them, and soon you will be dragged into it yourself, as warp sick as they are. Now, I see it perfectly. Magnus has showed me your legion may be free of it for now, but the change will come. You've made your pacts, and now they will come to collect. You fool. And that is why you came to me.
Yourself.
You've run out of friends. Who will stand with you against the Ether Weavers now? Angron, what an ally. Kurz, good luck. You've tasted the fruits of treachery and found them bitter. Don't drag me into your ruin. You're on your own, brother.
Fuck.
He fucking just incinerates him with words.
Damn. That's like a bolter shell to the heart. Damn. You fucked him up.
And this is one of my more favorite things that he says is, I came to give you a choice, Mortarion said, keeping his voice under some control. Half your legion have already declared for Horus. The others will follow whenever you order them. Our father's time is over. You can be a part of the order that replaces him. And the Khan smiled and said, quote, a new emperor. That was the idea, Jaghatai. Is like, Dad has problems. Fuck yeah, he does. I get tired of lost shit. No one gave me any mind. But Horus will just be another Big E.
Yeah.
If he even makes it. You've come to me for help because you're surrounded by witches, and you tasted treachery and you don't like it. The only boys that are with you that don't like sorcerers are Angron and Kurz. What allies?
Great allies. Yeah, real slick. That's gonna be helpful assets. Yeah. Oh boy.
The last words they said to each other before they started beating the shit out of one another was, Mortarion says, then you will not be persuaded. A shame. I invested much energy to save you, brother, and I shall take no pleasure in your destruction. And Khan says, that's the difference between us. By the time I kill my enemies, I am always smiling.
Oh.
And then they beat the shit out of each other, and then Mortarion's like, gotta go, bye, and then teleports away.
At least you tried, right? At least, hey, you tried. Good work. There's a part of me that was, I know they don't go chaos, but I would love to see what a chaos White Scar looked like. And
I don't know if like a small part of them did. I thought a small portion of them did, but I don't quite remember.
I would love to see like how cool they would look if they had like the influence of chaos on them and their bikes, and well, like would they get turned into like fucking Transformers, you know, and be able to turn into
they're like demonly merged with their bikes.
Exactly, like they're actually like the bike, and they can like transform into it and then transform out of it into like an Astartes like crazy looking motherfucker. Oh, that'd be cool. Also, I didn't realize on the Death Guard Terminators, they have little tentacles that come out and wrap around the scythe too, and it's very creepy.
The Death Shroud Terminators.
Yeah, they look disgusting. They have the tentacles come out and help them wield the scythe. That's very gross. I don't. Oh boy.
Not a fan.
Not a fan because it's gross, but at the same time, it's really fucking cool.
It is. It's very cool. Actually, funny enough, like when you talked about going into someone's armor, there's actually a chaos model I will show you now called an Obliterator. This guy, it's kind of like he kind of grew into his armor in a weird way, like his muscles are kind of bulging out.
Yeah, you can see his muscles coming out of his arms, his shoulder, his thigh. Damn.
Yeah, that thing is really nasty and weird, but it's also kind of has that vibe to it, where imagine if he kind of broke his way out like that, but into White Scar, like a bike.
Yeah, that'd be
like maybe like lots of little tentacle feet beneath the bike that can like run really fast or something. I don't know, just some creepy shit like that.
That's not the thigh fetish that most people want.
I have plenly of thigh fetishes, and that's not the one I'm looking for. No sir.
Nope. That's not that Guilty Gear thigh physics. That's well, I mean, there's thigh physics, but not. That's like monkey paw. Like, oh man, I wish there were more thighs in 40K, and the monkey paw curls.
Oh no, it curls.
Oh no.
Congratulations, here's an obliterator. Oh no. These aren't the thighs you were looking for.
These are not the thighs. More Star Wars.
More Star Wars. You gotta keep with the theme.
But at the end, through after the conversation and all, that was. I think that Jaghatai already kind of made up his mind prior to that, but he was, this is obviously where he's fully loyal.
Yeah.
And the Khan ended up, of course, making his way back to Terra and was instrumental in the defense of Terra along with Rogol Dor. He was hugely important.
Yeah. Yep.
In fact, so much so that I actually believe that the Khan and Dorn were the people that helped carry the Emperor to the Golden Throne after his close demise. I think he was also teleported onto the Vengeful Spirit with Horus.
Yeah, I remember something like that. I remember he was very pivotal, and he was, yeah, I think you're right. I think he did help carry the Emperor to the Golden Throne and do a lot of that.
It was him and Dorn had the Emperor in like a shoulder each or something.
Yeah.
That being said, that was kind of the end for Jaghatai for a while, because of course the Horus Heresy ended. But then we come to the part that's kind of dumb and I don't like. After some time later, after the Horus Heresy, there was just like yada yada things going on. He went back to Chigoris and he was like, "Oh my God, the Drukhari are taking all my people for slaves." And then he fought the Drukhari for like 70 years, trying to kill a shitload of Drukhari. And then at some point, he chased the Drukhari really fast in his goddamn bike into the webway, and he was never seen again.
Oh, what? That's it?
Well, and he's probably alive. He's out there somewhere, but we just don't know. Most Primarchs that are loyalists just kind of disappeared. Like 9 of them just are gone. And that's one of the things where GW kind of had to do this thing where they needed a reason for them to not be around. And so his is he wanted Eldar booty, and he's gone.
He wanted to kill all the Eldar that were ravaging his homeworld. Why did the Primarchs have to be gone?
Because Primarchs are really important and makes it sadder with heresy. And, Dorn is presumed dead. Gilliman was in stasis for now. Now he's not. The Lion is asleep. Corvus Corax is in the warp. Lehman Russ is in the warp. Jaghatai Khan is in the webway. Ferrus Manus is dead. Vulcan is somewhere. I don't fucking know what's up with Vulcan now.
He's waiting at his respawn timer.
That's fucking great. Did you make that up?
Just now. Just made
That's
it up.
fantastic. Vulcan's waiting for respawn.
Hey, he's waiting for the respawn timer. In like a MOBA or something when you die and it's like the more times you die, he's waiting on his respawn timer.
He's got an hour-long game and his respawn timer's gotten really long right now. It's like,
really
god damn.
long. He's been around for centuries. That respawn timer's got to be through the fucking roof, dude.
That's so funny. Yeah. That's good. That's fantastic. But yeah, everyone's very much like just kind of gone, and so is Jaghatai, and that kind of sucks. He's definitely a more prominent option to bring back if you're gonna I want to bring back a Primarch. Him and I'd say the Lion are probably the best choices. Yeah. Because the Lion's literally just asleep.
He's just taking a nap somewhere. Boy, that Horus Heresy really took it out of me. I'm gonna go take a cat nap.
Thinking it's his home planet, but
10,000 years later. One SpongeBob meme later.
10,000 years later.
Yeah, just the X amount of years later. That's it. Sorry.
But that's mostly the con. He's pretty neato, and his whole upbringing is kind of boring, but his actual coming around, how he dealt with the heresy, how he waged war, it is canonical to forget about him.
Aww.
Which is unfortunate, but he's pretty cool. For the kid, I say the kid, but the young upstart, the guy with not the biggest legion out there, and the guy that was always forgotten about, made some of the largest and most important changes in the Horus Heresy. Without the Khan, there's a good chance that Rogel Dorn and the Fists would have been outnumbered.
Overrun. Yeah.
And that would have been the end of it all. But alas.
Which, man, now I'm really starting to think that the Alpha Legion really are playing both sides. Because if the Alpha Legion had stood their ground a little bit, fought the White Scar for a little bit, and just bought some time, maybe buying that time, Horus can take over Terra, and White Scars don't get back in time, and
you would hope.
Yeah. So.
And then it was just kind of
and they let him go.
Yeah. And here we are.
Yeah.
So anyway, shall I take us out?
Yeah, take us home,
Country roads. It's a brick. On Bricky and everywhere. Thank you all so much for watching. Of course, you can find me Bricky everywhere, streams, YouTube, etc., etc.
All right, now time for the White Scars. Yep. I'm gonna do a break, but we'll be back and finish this quest. Just in case.
Welcome everyone to another episode of the Adeptus Ridiculous podcast. My name is DK Diamantes, and I have been learning about all of the most ridiculous things in Warhammer 40k from my co-host Bricky. But before we get into today's episode, if you want to support the podcast because you enjoyed today's episode, head over to patreon.com/Adeptus Ridiculous and support the podcast. You'll get access to things like our Discord, bloopers if they happen, some real sweet HD posters. I won't elaborate on that. You can go check them out yourself. And yeah, you'll get a lot of cool stuff in the Discord. Patreon.com/Adeptus Ridiculous. Support the podcast. Bricky merch and book club shenanigans. Because the book club's a little more frequent this month.
Yes, book club. Normally, we just did the episode recently on Soul Hunter. Check that out if you missed it. However, because the Night Lords trilogy is the greatest thing ever, and it is 3 books, we didn't want to wait too long. So Blood Reaver, the second one, will be actually mid-August-ish. We're going to be doing that book club very soon, in only around 2 weeks or so, and then Void Stalker in early September. We're going to blow through all 3 quickly because they're amazing, and also it feels weird, either taking too long to get like 3 months worth of just Night Lords, so we don't get to read like other things, or no one wants to delay. A lot of the people who read Soul Hunter have already like read the whole trilogy because like, this is great. So doing that,
where they're just like, I binged it, I had to.
Fucking great news. There's merchandise now. Ooh. New merchandise. Sorry, there's new merch. New merch is here. It is great. It is a wonderful long dark red, or what I might call maroon long sleeve that is heavily inspired by the Adeptus Mechanicus. There is a wonderful bit of binary on it. You may find out what that says on your own. It is going to be available on the website for exactly 40 USD. And also, if you purchase it with one of our prior hoodies or shirts, you will get a percentage discount on both of them. I forgot what I set it at. It was either 10 or 15%. But basically, you buy the Mechanicus one, or the Mechanicus inspired.
Yeah. It's inspired. It's not
inspired.
Yeah.
Buy that one.
Inspiration from it. Yep. Mm-hmm.
Buy that one with a hoodie or with a shirt, and then you'll get a percentage discount on both for this week only. So go ahead and make sure you grab it. The shirt will still be around longer than a week, but the discount will be from this episode to the next.
If I'm popular enough, then I'll make some
ASAP.
The merch for
Orchidate.com, or
Marines,
check the link
and,
out in the description. I'm actually really proud of
names
it. Our thumbnail artist actually did the
like
design.
Someone
So
who
it
is
should be pretty good.
wanting
Yeah,
to
Ted
go
did it.
fast,
He did a good job. I'm pretty
wanting
happy.
to
It's a little different than the other ones. It's a little bit more like, I don't know, stylized.
Stylistic. Fallen.
Yeah.
I like it a lot. Anywho,
stuff like that.
DK, you already know what we're doing today.
I do.
It should be quite obvious.
We did the Primarch last time, and now we're doing like the faction overview of the White Scars.
Yes, sir. And I'll be honest, it was a little hard to get a lot of stuff for this episode. Not because there isn't plenty to talk about with the White Scars, but because the con's pretty cool, and it was hard making this episode not about Con 2.0.
I thought it was hard to make it because everybody forgot about them.
That's also true.
Right? Yeah, there's no records because we all forgot about them because fuck them.
The White Scars don't deserve this, man. The more I read about them, they almost feel like Salamanders 2.0, or maybe not 2.0, maybe like 0.9, because when you get past all of their Mongolian stuff and all the Mongolians were known for being quite savage, but the White Scars themselves kind of aren't, only really in combat. And once you get past all that stuff, they're actually really nice. We always have this issue that we've always had this to deal with in the past, where they're like, yeah, the Salamanders are the good guys. They're really nice. but they're also Space Marines in the Imperium. So naturally, they're not morally great in a sense. They're just like we always
They're
joke.
the best of the worst.
Yeah, I always joked. It's like, hey, there's in World War II, this Nazi guy decides to shield a German family from bullets and save their lives. Like, you could consider that noble, but the guy's a Nazi.
Yeah, he's still pretty horrible.
Yeah.
But
He's still standing up for a really, really awful cause, but hey, at least he did one good thing.
Yeah, it's like that weird moral issue.
Yeah.
When everyone's so terrible, yeah, I don't know. The point being is that they will tend to put their lives above or below that of civilians, being the salamanders. They tend to put civilian lives higher. The White Scars sometimes do that also. A little bit, I think maybe a little bit less so, but they still are very keen on saving lives and helping people, which is neat.
It is neat, especially for like Astartes and Imperium, because as we said, they're not usually great people. They really give a shit about anything other than themselves and the God Emperor and whatever he wills. So,
yeah, it's important because they're obviously like, oh no, we're big important Space Marines. We don't care about regular humans and all that, or like serfs and servitors. Well, I guess you don't really need to care about servitors, but about the rest.
Servitors are already kind of,
Yeah, they're just brain dead. That being said, though, it's some interesting other little bits of the White Scars culture that's interesting. I feel like so someone came to my stream a bit ago and was like, "Yo, Bricky, you do realize that the White Scars were based on Genghis Khan, not on Caesar's Legion, right?" And I'm like, "My dude, I know. I'm very aware."
Oh no.
The thing is that Warhammer has enough history buff boomers in its goddamn fan base. I'm trying to get new people in there. I'm trying to be like, hey, I know Fallout New Vegas.
Yeah,
Wait, Fallout New Vegas release date.
Oh god, New Vegas.
Oh my god, it's 11 years old. Oh no. Oh no.
I was expecting more than that because I remember playing that shit on my 360.
Yeah, it came out in 2010.
I think I've moved houses 3 times since New Vegas came out, at least. So yeah, I was expecting like fucking 20 years or something. So I'm okay with 11. I don't feel like
you're okay with 11. I'm not okay with 11.
Yeah, well, you know what? Tough shit. That's what happens when you get old. As you get progressive, it's like, only 10, huh? Well, that's not so bad.
No, the student is getting snippy.
I'll take it.
But ironically, though, like the concept of what Genghis Khan did, the mixing of tribes to kind of like reunite, like or reform, like under an identity. Like I said, I know it's just Legion did it from Genghis Khan. I get it, but
he's Genghis Khan. We know. God,
yeah.
He's just trying to bring in some other historical figures into this. Come on, guys.
I'm sure someone in the comments said the same thing because I don't read the YouTube comments because I'm not insane.
Oh god,
but,
yeah. If you read the comment section, oh boy.
Yeah,
if you weren't insane, you're going to be insane.
That's the lesson you learn very early on in YouTube is the comment section is a vocal minority of very angry small people, and you don't want to read that unless it's a meme because sometimes there are good memes.
That's true.
So
if you see all good comments on a video, chances are you actually did something wrong.
That's fair. Anyway, here's a wonderful White Scars proverb. The White Scars proverb is, if you can see us, we are dangerous indeed. But that is as nothing to the peril you face if you cannot see us, as all you can hear is our laughter.
I was gonna say, you should be able to see a White Scar with them zipping around so much.
Yeah, they're being so damn fast. You can see them, but they're just like blurs. They're like those
just white blurs. Yep.
They're like those little squiggly bits that you in your eye fluid, and whenever you try to focus on it, it goes away.
Oh, what the fuck were those called? Yeah, the little, I know those. Those are.
I don't know what they're called, but those things, yeah.
Yeah.
Though it is interesting because unlike Genghis Khan, who was a horrible nomadic conqueror and like uber rapist.
Yeah, he was bad.
He did a lot of that.
Yep.
He, however, unlike that, the White Scars are actually not like that. They are not savages in that sense. They don't go around and do it for like and kill and murder for the sport or for fun. The White Scars have the vibe of being like a barbarian group because of their way of warfare, because of where they came from, because the Khan and the names and all that, but they're often seen as that barbarian by their other brothers, which is actually something that they tend to resent because they are quite the opposite.
Yeah.
The Khan instilled large amounts of imports on like calligraphy, like literature and painting.
Oh.
He's like,
So they're
Chagor's,
actually pretty well educated, and they
They-
can
they are-
write,
they
and they can
are.
do calligraphy. Okay.
They are educated in the ways of what I assume would be Chagoris, because not only did they remove their prior name, some of them even used their prior name as like a surname, but because they did remove their prior name, create a new one, and have all like the scar on their face and all that, they are very dedicated to the culture of their homeworld. And so painting, calligraphy, literature, all that kind of stuff, probably philosophy too.
On
That's
this
why they all
plane.
take into pretty high regard.
Huh. I was I don't know why, but I just immediately pictured like full power armor Astartes White Scar, just like with a Bob Ross afro, just kind of making happy little trees on the canvas. It amused me greatly. So thank you for that.
He's drawing that one image that you always see on YouTube with the samurai yo sound effect. And it's just him drawing that in between two orcs.
Oh yeah, of course. He's painting with the blood of an orc, sure.
No, he's trimming a bonsai tree, but the tree is orc fungus.
I love
He's
it,
like
though.
snipping
that's a
it.
wonderful 40K.
Dude, that's perfect. Khan has a little bonsai tree, or maybe a big bonsai tree, in his capital ship's like bridge, and it's just an orc, and he comes up to it and he like snips it a bit, and the orc's like, ah!
Oh, that someone's got to make art of that, right? Someone's got to make the orc bonsai tree that the Khan is just snipping.
And he's like really proud of it, like he'll go to his other guys, like he goes up to a guy named Quinza, which is the Terminator like captain guy, and he's like, Quinn, I don't know, Za, we'll call him Za, hey, look at my beautiful tree. He's got tears in his eyes because of how well it's been trimmed, and the orc is just there with like the 2 X's and the tongue.
And his ears are snipped a little bit, and he's got little cuts everywhere. Oh yeah.
It'd be perfect.
Yep. We need that. So were they seen as barbarians just because like the other Astartes legions didn't like them, and they didn't like the way that they fought, and they never really interacted with them other than like, ew, look at the way they fight. They don't do traditional like drop pod stuff and all that. They just with their bikes. I bet they're savages.
I think it's a combination of that and their lack of knowing them. Because obviously their fight style being so fast and laughing while doing it, especially, is certainly against the natural way of warfare. But I would think that a lot of people, our normal pointing to, we always point to Gilliman and Dorn as being the uptight people.
Yeah.
So we'll point to them. Gilliman and Dorn probably saw them as, well, one, they came from a world that wasn't like feudal, or way back at like Renaissance period time.
Yeah.
But also kind of keeping those traditions, and also the fact that Gilliman and Dorn most likely freed a lot of worlds because a lot of worlds ended up in that period of time because of the Age of Strife, because of all the warp storms.
Yeah.
So they were probably
had
just
to survive that way.
Yeah, they were probably.
Why are there so many warp storms? Gonna put my mini away. I always loved that quote. Why are there so many warp storms? Oh, there it is.
Probably just constantly freeing a bunch of worlds from what they would assume would be barbarism and barbaric times. And the Primarch here was from one of those worlds, and they need to respect him and his beliefs.
Yeah. When they're
And then
so
also-
used to like freeing them and taking them away from that barbarism, that a Primarch would embrace such barbarism and backwater towns. Probably, yeah. I guess that would annoy them quite a bit.
Also, they didn't know them. No one paid the White Scars any mind, and no one gave an effort to learn about them. You want to know? You want to know a great exchange?
Yes, I do.
There is a wonderful exchange between all the brothers are talking together, and it's between the Khan and Fulgrim. And now you don't know much about Fulgrim yet. We always talked about Fulgrim. He's the pretty boy.
Yeah, I just know he's a sexy man. Yeah.
Yeah, we always joke that the hottest of them are like not Gilman, Sanguinius and Fulgrim. And Sanguinius is the nice noble hawk boy, but Fulgrim is like, I'm top shit. I'm hot shit. Snaps his fingers in a Z formation, goes in Beverly Hills. I always see that as Fulgrim. And considering the picture that Shai just posted, I'm going to you can consider that even more so.
Okay,
but he's very fucking full of himself.
No kidding. Seeing him like that, oh god, that's a slave giving him a scroll, isn't it? Okay, cool.
I mean, we all have a lot of slaves.
That's true.
Though it was, they were having a conversation about Horus. I think it was about Horus being elected as War Master. And I'll read the excerpt. It says, Sanguinius looked at the Khan thoughtfully. I thought you of all of us would feel joy for Horus. The Khan shrugged. He's the best of us. I begrudge him nothing, and I have told him so, but it should never have happened. And Fulgrim says, so what? It should have been you. And Mortarion was like, Khan, I wouldn't have taken it. Of course you would have. I have no use for another title. My people give me enough. Sanguinius smiled. My brother, I think you are most inscrutable of us all. I know what Rogel wants, and I know what Rabute wants, but even after so long, I have no idea what you want. That he wants to be left alone, said Fulgrim, to shoot off into the stars and hunt down Xenos on those delightful jet bikes. They're devilishly fast, I heard from a contact on Mars. Jaghatai, I heard that you do strange things to your ships. The Khan shot him a heavy-lidded stare. I heard you do strange things to your warriors.
Oh, damn.
I can confirm, he do strange things to his warriors.
Oh, damn. Kane taking no shit.
Fulgrim's slender face briefly flared with anger, but Sanguinius laughed. I wonder which one of you would win in a duel, the angel mused. I would like to see that. You both handle a blade like gods. Name the place, brother, Fulgrim said to the Khan. I'd even travel to Chagoris if you built a palace to keep the dust from my armor. The Khan felt the insult. It stabbed at him deeply, but his expression never changed. They would never know, none of them, how much their close fraternity rankled him. You would lose, said the Khan. Fulgrim grinned, but there was something fragile in it. So you would lose because you would treat it like a game, like you treat everything, and I would not. You would lose because you know nothing of me, and I know everything of you because you shout it from the turrets of your battle cruisers. My prowess remains unknown. You have some reputation as a swordsman, brother, but I make no boast when I tell you that I would leave you choking on it.
Oh.
He ain't taking no shit, man.
No shit. I put my money on Jaghatai Khan.
Oh, I would... There's another thing we'll talk about later that I would absolutely put my money on Khan.
Way more, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's a combination of, like, the enemy that is unknown, commands the greatest fear, because you don't know... Because Khan fights fast, but... Yeah, Khan fights fast, but he doesn't run around showing his trophies of swordsmanship or anything. I mean, yeah, Fulgrim's good. He did kill a Primarch, but I assume
Yes,
that,
he did, didn't he?
as far as I'm
Ferris
concerned, if Khan wanted to kill Ferris Manus, he could have done it too.
F2
Who
Ferris
cares?
Manus.
Khan's never had a chance to kill a Primarch, though, has he?
Khan only tried to kill Mortarion in that one duel, and the fact that he was even able to hold his own against Mortarion, who was like twice his height, not really, but very fucking big, is
And
pretty
at that time,
impressive.
Mortarion was a demon Primarch at that time, too, right?
No, he hadn't ascended yet.
Oh, okay. Gotcha. Okay.
I think he maybe had a little bit of warp energy in his veins or something, but
I was gonna say, if he
that might
held
be
his
wrong.
own against demon Primarch Mortarion, then it's like, whoa. Whoa.
That would be also impressive. But no,
Yeah.
Mortarion was the idea of like the unmovable phalanx. He was nigh unkillable, but the Khan was nigh unhittable. Mortarion could barely land a hit on that dude because he's a blur of motion. And Mortarion will get hit a bunch of times and he's like, I don't give a shit.
Shrug that shit off. Yep.
Watch me face tank everything.
Oh, Mortarion.
Oh, Mortarion.
Oh,
I'm assuming the Khan is probably top 3 in terms of like, everyone always tries to argue who are the best at fighting, at the best like swordsmen, the best duelists.
Yeah.
And I do believe that the Khan is probably top 3. Ironically,
Gilliman won.
no, definitely not Gilliman.
Oh, where'd you put it number 1?
Oh. Dang. Alright, Fulgrim, Horus, Dorn, Portrabo, Russ, Gilliman. Okay. The actual pronunciation name is Robute Gilliman. So.
Oh, I don't know who's, maybe the Lion?
Oh, okay.
We haven't talked enough about the Lion yet, but he's a nutty duelist.
Yeah,
I think it would be maybe Khan, Lion, and Kurz. Because Kurz can see the future.
Oh, that's
And
true.
That's pretty handy. I think Angron is pretty good, but I don't think he's a great duelist. I think Angron's strength lies in like 1 versus 1,000,
Yeah.
as opposed to 1 versus 1. He's more about cleaving large, like, ranks of people, I think. I mean, don't get me wrong, I'm sure he's fucking good in combat, but...
Sure, yeah. Well, if you were dueling Angron and you were, like, kind of his equal and you just kept getting angry, wouldn't he eventually just, like, blow his
Die
and
because
kill
of his
himself?
fucking butcher
Yeah, because the
nails.
spikes, right? So you just,
Yeah.
as long as you can, like, keep up with him, if it's a war of attrition, Angron can't beat you, because he's just gonna blow his fucking head off.
Yep. I don't know. You know, we said not to, or this wasn't going to be the con episode, but I told you that I was learning more about the con, and I was going to talk more about the con. I'm sorry.
But and I feel like this is going to be like I don't want to say the problem, this is going to be like a continuing thing, because it's like, yeah, you want to talk about the faction, but how do you talk about the faction without talking more about the Primarch?
That was
Right? 'Cause
originally
it's-
why we only did the 1 episode, because of
Yeah.
that.
Because it's like, you kind of, to understand the group, you kind of have to understand the Primarch, and it's like, you know, it's going to happen. It's going to happen.
That wasn't
Okay.
exactly the reason why. Well, I mean, that's the reason I made that, or I did that little excerpt right there, is because it shows, 1, why Khan's a great duelist, but also, 2, the fact that the White Scars are not known well, and that's actually one of their great strengths.
Right.
Because I fully believe that Khan could have killed Fulgrim. Absolutely. Because Fulgrim knew nothing of the Khan. because he doesn't give a shit. Because Fulgrim, the only thing Fulgrim cares about is himself. And he was bros with Ferris, but he's just a prick.
Yep. You can't prepare for Khan. You can't. He couldn't properly prepare for a duel with Khan. And Khan is just like, yeah, I've seen you fight like 1 billion times, and all that shit you say. I know what you're gonna do. Fuck it, I'll kill you.
Yeah, I mean, I like his stoic confidence. Back to more of the White Scar stuff, though. Often the White Scar's names themselves they're very much like a Mongolian culture, of course. Very much like Mongolian and Turkish, or is it Turkic? Whatever.
Yeah,
Turks.
sure. People from Turkey.
Yeah, the names are very much like Kailik Jagol, Algol the Swift, Uruguay, Yahugal. I'm probably butchering all of these, but Shogun the Iron Stampede, Saghari, like lots of those things. One of the really interesting ones was Quinja. I don't remember how to say his name properly. They definitely take a little bit of inspiration from multiple Asian-centric areas. Sometimes they go a little bit harder into the Japanese stuff. Kind of similar how you and I learn about the Night Lords, and it's not just Russia. There's like Polish, Ukrainian. There's a lot of other Eastern European countries that kind of go with it.
Right.
Romanian. So they have a little bit of the back and forth there too. Quinza was the master of the Keshig, which is the White Scar's Terminator elite. Similar to how the Death Shroud or the Atramentar were the Terminator elite of other groups. The one that Shai just posted, that's the White Scars. Oh, that's the guy right there, Quinza.
Oh, I was about to ask if that's a picture of their Terminator armor.
It is kind of. It's a picture of like that's the guy.
Oh, okay.
That is the Quinza guy, however you say his name.
I was gonna say, usually like the Terminator armor looks a little different, a little bulkier, a little cooler, and I always like to see what the different faction like Terminator armors look like, whether it's Chaos or Imperium. They usually look a lot more like tanky and different and a lot more, a lot cooler than the regular dudes.
They do. I think this is 30k armor, because I believe Quinza, whatever, I think he's dead. But as you can tell from his armor bits, though, both because of, well, maybe not so much the sword, but if you look at his shoulder pads and his side, it has that kind of multi-layered samurai armor.
It totally reads samurai, yeah.
Yeah, so it gets a little bit of the other kind of variation. Because, Tau shoulder pads also have that big static singular piece that goes along with the Japanese samurai. But that one as well works more into a sword fighting character. Because, ironically, the Tau went the Gundam route and the shooty route, where samurai, I mean, they were pretty good with bows, don't get me wrong, but they, everyone knows
they're
of them.
They're mostly known for their samurai swords and their dueling skill and, being excellent blade.
Running around with their katanas and odachis and all that stuff.
Yep.
Which, by the way, the katana is a shit tier sword compared to the nodachi. I'm just gonna say that right now. The nodachi is fucking cool.
Aren't they like 6 feet long and it's really hard to actually like wield one in combat? Is that the nodachi?
They were usually, I think they were usually used for anti-cavalry, I believe.
That makes sense because it's so long you could like stab someone off the horse getting in there.
Or the horse.
Or the horse, that's true.
I think I'm not, unlike most Warhammer fans, I'm not as big of a history buff, but yeah, the Odachi and Nodachi were fucking huge.
Yeah.
But regardless, the White Scar is obviously taking that culture and the names from Chigoris. Something that I actually messed up with in the last episode, I did this wrong. When the Emperor came to pick up Jaghatai and all that, he had the concept that what the Emperor was doing was a good idea. It's like, and I said that was the Imperial truth, that he really liked the Imperial truth. That was wrong. The concept of humanity, doing their conquering, having them do their stuff, like he's cool with that. The Imperial truth is the idea that humanity should conquer everything and everyone and bring them all under the rule of the Emperor and the Imperium. He did not like that. He very much hated that, actually. He thought the Emperor was a big stinky liar and kind of a piece of shit sometimes. And he had multiple talks with Malkador about that. And Malkador was like, Yeah, Malkador's like, yeah, it's a lie. We're lying to everyone, but it's out of necessity. Look what the fuck has been going on. You know, you might see the Emperor as Mr. All-Powerful, Amazing Man, but he is constantly fighting off things you can barely understand while running in a galaxy-spanning empire while being him. It's not as easy as it may seem.
Yeah, that's, I suppose at the time, Biggie's job is not easy.
No, and that's maybe something that we don't really give him enough credit for, because we're always like, Biggie, look what you've done. Look how you treat Angron, you piece of shit.
You're dad.
Bad dad, but I can't say that there really does need... I mean, we are right on that one. He was a piece of shit for that, but...
He was an awful dad. He could have prevented so much bloodshed and, like... jeez, like, every Demon Primarch and every, like, Chaos Astartes faction, it's like all of this could have been prevented very easily by just not being a shit dad.
You know what would have been a really good book that may be kind of hard to write, but it would be I think would be a smart idea. Having the Emperor like a little backstory about his degradation of his morals, like perhaps really early on, fixing up Terra, he was actually rather sympathetic, very kind to civilians, like all matters, and then with time he had to make really rough decisions. Perhaps that decision with the Thunder Warriors like was actually weighed incredibly hard on his conscience, and it really fucked him up. And ever since then, perhaps he's like slowly become more robotic and less sympathetic and less human. The degradation of his morality and turning more into like a machine would actually be, I think, it would fit. It would make sense.
Yeah, that would be a good read though. Like, if the Emperor actually started out, like, with all of his wits, and he's super kind, and he's super generous, and then just slowly, as time goes on, it's like, he just degrades into sort of the Biggie that we all know that's a bad dad, and he doesn't, like, see himself as a bad dad, he's just making these calculated decisions that seem like the right thing to do at the right time, and...
He's had thousands upon thousands of years of you know, mental and moral damage, and at some point he just becomes kind of a hollow shell. We have not read Master of Mankind. That might make it easier. They might do some more stuff like that. Ooh, it's written by Dembski Bowden. Let's go. Maybe I do need to read it.
Maybe
I have not read that yet, but
I was gonna say maybe after the Night Lords and after the fun book, maybe we'll have our next contender, eh?
Well, I mean, after the Night Lords books, we gotta read Caiaphas Cain, Hero of the Imperium, so we'll see. Anyway, on a side note, back to the con stuff, there's actually a nice quote that I think amplifies also the saving people aspect of the White Scars that I was mentioning earlier. So it was something about about them fighting together to stop Horus. I think this is where this context comes from.
Okay.
I might be wrong in the time frame, but the point still stands. It says, quote, "I anticipated slaughter long ago," said Dorn, "and I regret that his chain of events come to pass, but we cannot respond to whatever provocation Horus presents to us. We cannot let ourselves be lured out. We cannot follow his plan. We will make ourselves weak, then all is lost." So since when was saving mankind from the darkness a sign of weakness, said the Khan. "Sanguinius, my brother and comrade, what do you see? Lend me your foresight." Sanguinius shut his eyes. Like that, he appeared drawn and tired, a funerary monument to himself. Dorn suppressed a shudder. "My sight is not so clear as father's," said Sanguinius. "The future is ever in flux. Only some events," he paused, finding the words hard to say, "only some events are certain." So, "Do you see me? What will be the consequences of inaction? I see fire and blood and a world laid waste if you do not act." "And if I act?" said the Khan. Sanguinius opened his eyes to look at him. "There is a grave risk to you, a confrontation unlooked for, and if you survive, a flight from one danger will into greater peril. Now, who will I face? I cannot divine. Will I save lives?" Sanguinius nodded. "Many. That is what I was made for," said the Khan. "I will ride out." And then he leaves.
Ooh, that's really cool.
It's like, shit's gonna get really bad. Like, you know, 3 Primarchs are gonna die. Myself, Ferris, and Horus. It's like, but will I save many lives? Yes. my decision is
out.
final. I'm
Yep.
gone.
Damn, that's a heroic quote. That should be like, hey, do you want to know what the con stands for? That, because
And what the White
big.
Scars
That's
stand
big.
for.
Yeah,
It's strange that the dudes flying on Mach 5 on motorbikes, laughing their asses off as they cleave aliens and people alike. And then they're like, no, please, women and children into the shuttles first. Come on.
yeah. Damn, I guess I didn't realize how much they cared about like saving civilians and saving like people and just being upstanding like that. Because like you said, like when you think of the White Scars and zooming around, laughing and killing, it's like, okay, like they're just in it for the blood thrill and they don't really fucking care. But nope.
No, they're noble. You think that they're the savage Mongolians. You think they're the Genghis Khan era people.
Yeah,
but they're
yeah.
really not. They also have really little regard for the ecclesiarchy and the imperial creed. They think the whole emperor as a god is a whole bunch of mega horse shit, which makes
And
them
they'd be right.
which makes them, as the kids like to say, pretty based.
Oh my god. I thought you were gonna say pretty woke, but yeah, I guess they are pretty based. Sure. God.
And you,
Yeah, with Mach 5, it's 3,836.346 miles per hour. Whew! Those cars are fast, speedy boys.
you could do woke too, whatever, man.
You could, yeah.
Cringe
Whoever based,
detected.
that's fine. Oh god.
No, they believe they are white pilled and based.
No.
They
Memes are back.
actually believe that the destruction of all the enemies of the Imperium is actually instead to help prepare the Emperor. What the fuck am I up to today? Prepare the
You're hungry for
Emperor.
some empanadas is what the problem.
Dude, empanadas are killer. I
They're
love
so
empanadas.
plus. Oh god. Don't put them in front of me though, because I'll eat the whole fucking plate.
Same. But anyway, they're going to go ahead and destroy all the enemies of the Imperium so that when the Emperor will eventually one day rise from the Golden Throne and reunite the galaxy. That's kind of their mentality, is that one day he's just gonna decide, you know what, being crippled is cringe, and he's just gonna stand up.
Yep, yeah, being crippled is so cringe. I'm just gonna stand my skeleton ass up off this throne and let's get down to business. Yeah.
Also, the couple of things interesting about their armor is that the lightning bolt on their armor has a dual purpose. It's both to signify the speed of their tactics. You know, the lightning bolt means
sure.
go fast.
Yeah, yeah.
And also it honors the scars that they wear on their faces. Because they have all of their facial scarring, it kind of adds that. The lightning bolt often on their helmet is to signify that they actually have the scar beneath their helmet. It also is to pay homage to the Stormers. So another interesting thing that many people know is that White Scars are actually pretty down with the Psychers.
Oh, really?
They were instrumental in establishing the Librarius. Remember him? I think it was
that's right.
Sanguinius
Yeah.
and Magnus.
That's right,
Yeah.
they were. I forgot I just assumed every Astartes fucking hated Psychers.
No, like World Eaters do. Night Lords aren't a fan either. Mortarion, definitely not. But not all of them, no.
Okay.
The White Scars Psychers are actually... They're very interesting because they all have their own style. Like Salamander's Psychers do have like fire powers and stuff, which is kind of cool. They have like fireballs and shit.
That is dope.
They've got a really cool ability called Drake Skin, where they like create this like layered dragon protection over their bodies. It's fucking neato.
Oh, they're like D&D
but-
mages. Okay.
Yeah. I mean, Psychers are just mages. They're just wizards in
general,
a
yeah.
sense. But they are a lot bigger into like blasts of wind and storms. Often Storm Psychers are more for Space Wolves, which are, Space Wolves don't think Psychers exist or something. It's really funny.
Yeah. Well, Space Wolves
but-
just hate Psychers and magic in general because Lehman Rush is a big dumb jock that just wants to punch people in the face, right?
It's a bit of a it's a short version of events, but you got the right idea.
Okay, cool.
He's-
General, until you flesh it out when we eventually do Space Wolves. Yeah, okay.
Yeah,
Space
I'll go
Freight.
with that. But the White Scar Psychers are known as the Storm Seers. They have like giant gusts of wind energy. They create like tornadoes and huge hurricanes and shit. Like they're really powerful stuff. Often they'll just go up to someone and just fucking backblast them like a right click from a pyro in Team Fortress 2. Or sometimes they'll even do that to their own troops, which is
Oh, to make it
great.
go fast?
I think they have a psychic power in game that gives them +2 to all their advance and charge rolls, which is, since they can advance and charge, is like a huge deal. They go
So
up
they
to their.
just traverse the whole map just by casting the spell on someone?
I'm just imagining like a jet bike flying in the air, and he turns around, he's like, "Give me a push, Ungol Makag or whatever," and then the Stormseer goes, "Well, bam!" and he does like 40 front flips into the enemy. He's
Oh,
just like
God.
laughing. It'd be great.
That's terrifying.
Whee!
See a
like-
jet bike just like, you thought I was going fast before, hit the extra jump jet, and the guy just like flips him forward with a spell and whoo.
You'll never catch me, Mortarian. Not when I switch into maximum overdrive. You don't get
yeah,
that
but-
reference because it's a SpongeBob.
Yeah, sorry, I don't watch SpongeBob. I was gonna say you could do a Fast and Furious thing where the you know, he kicks in the nos and
Yep.
family.
Back when Fast and Furious was about racing.
oh, that's right.
Can you imagine it's like a White Scar Marine? He's sitting on like the swings at a playground, and he's like, "Push me, Ogle!" And he hits him. He just like he goes around, like does 360s 5 times until he gets stuck on the swings. It's like, yeah, let's go.
I didn't even imagine him getting hit. I just imagined like a little White Scar child and then like a Storm Seer behind him. It's like, "Daddy, push me!" And he like literally casts like a fucking tornado that just sends the kid flying. Like the chains on the swing break and he just sends him flying like across the fucking I don't know. He sends him like a mile away.
And then all the other
he's
White
just
Scars
laughing
are
the
like,
whole way. Yeah.
the one of the White Scars like, first one to go pick up Osheg wins, and they all start sprinting.
Go pick up the kid, yeah.
Oh,
White
actually, that's
Scars.
interesting. Speaking of things that are slow, did you know that the White Scars, I might have this wrong, they either don't have any or they absolutely disdain dreadnoughts.
Really?
They detest dreadnoughts. They
So there's
believe
no
that when
White
a
Scar
warrior,
dreadnought.
well, when a warrior dies, their soul should be freely traveling the afterlife, and it should not be confined. It should float on like the plains of the afterlife or whatever. So I don't know if they have 0 dreadnoughts, because obviously you can take White Scar's dreadnoughts in the game, and I feel it would be kind of weird if that was the case. But if they do have dreadnoughts, they have like a teeny tiny amount. They
I guess-
detest the use of dreadnoughts.
I guess if their philosophy is, yeah, the soul should roam free on death, yeah, I guess they probably would be pretty not big fans of dreadnoughts. I guess dreadnoughts would be pretty cringe. Am I right? For what is
It's pretty cringe.
yeah, cringe detected with
We
dreadnoughts.
know
with
of
Scars.
we know of one dreadnought, and his name is Malkarian, and he is not a happy man.
No, he is not. He only woke up because he heard bolter fire.
Bolter fire.
What a Chad. What a guy. What a guy.
Yeah, I guess because GW says that GW has official White Scar dreads. So I guess that perhaps if the warrior's final wish is to still be in a dreadnought and still serve, then I
Yeah.
guess that's, they probably wouldn't tell him no. But yeah, they do not like dreadnoughts.
Gross though. They're ugly looking. It looks like a fucking egg.
That's called a contemptor. That's called a contemptor dreadnought. It
The
is
first
also
time I saw
known
him,
as.
I was like, their dreadnought is Humpty Dumpty. Like, what the fuck?
It's because of the white paint.
And it's also really like rounded everywhere, and it's because most dreadnoughts are like big old fucking rectangles with feet. But this one is just so rounded and weird looking. And
Dude, could you imagine if they put a guy in a dreadnought, but they replaced his legs with like tires?
man, that's what they should have done. Like, so it's kind of like
He's like a
Lord of
monster truck.
Exactly. Like I was imagining like what is it? Is it the Lord of Skulls that's on like the tank bottom?
Yeah.
Like do that except with like these big old monster truck wheels, and you put that thing on top of it, and it just goes Mach speed. Everybody would want to be a dreadnought. Go fast, even in death, right? Oh, it'd be great.
Even in death, the Speed Force will not stop me. My
Right?
name is Jaghatai Khan. I'm the fastest man alive.
Oh, that'd be great. Oh shit, what is that?
That's someone's kit bash of a dreadnought with wheels.
See, you do something like that for a White Scar, it's like, oh hey, maybe these dreadnoughts aren't so bad.
It's true. It's very true.
Yeah.
It's also interesting because the White Scars, I think they're actually a lot more keen on killing Xenos than they are keen on killing other Imperial or Chaos-based people. I'm trying to remember why. Because that was the one thing.
If they were Chaos traitors, I mean, maybe because it's like, oh, you were once our brother, and we don't really want to kill you, and we're such nice people. But Xeno scum can get fucked, and they were never good, and they're always awful. Maybe.
I mean, they really like killing orcs. I know that. I know they really like killing orcs. They're a big fan of that.
Is there any specific reason? Is it just because they're a difficult enemy, or it's fun to fight them, or they just like killing orcs?
I actually don't really know. That's a great question. Dang it! It's simultaneously difficult to do research on the White Scars because they don't like to be known very well.
We'll just say it's because they can run over lots of orcs. Yeah,
there is a story about the Khan fighting orcs. If you want to hear that story,
of course I do.
Of course you do.
Of course I do.
They're doing this big fight against this large orc group, and it was I think it was a part of the main Primarch book called The Warhawk of Chagoris. So if you really want to read that book, I guess spoilers, but so he was making, I haven't read it myself, but he was on his way to go fight a bunch of orcs, and there's big orc dealio, whatever. And one of his, I think his first like con guys, a close friend, someone important, this guy named Gyahun, I think is his name. Right. He died. A war boss killed him, and he hit magma, lava, and his power pack exploded, igniting into a big bubble of flame. And everyone kind of stopped. Like all the White Scars just halted, like with utter disbelief that this guy is dead. And even the orcs kind of were like, what was going on? Zog. And the Primarch, like I guess they had like big, thick, raging amount of lava and everything around them. And the Primarch Khan kind of looked, and he said two words. He said, "Pull away." And all of the White Scars and the Luna Wolves they were fighting with withdrew backwards. And then the Khan changed his demeanor to from like a big kind of flamboyance. I don't want to use the word flamboyance because that's Fulgrim, but a more like flamboyant fighting style to like a quote-unquote Night Seer menace. And it says he swung his sword about him languidly, loosening up, cutting the air into whispers, and the orcs themselves hung back, bellows snuffed out, bravado shaken into wariness. And then he started to run. And then he started to accelerate faster and faster and faster. And he started to swing his sword in a speed that was like barely registering to even the Astartes' eyes. Whoa. And it says, under the gathering shroud of elemental vendetta, it says he killed them all. If he had slain freely before, now the carnage was so complete that it scraped the boundaries of both the divine and the diabolical. Even the war-hardened Astartes, used to witnessing prodigal exercises of violence, were completely silenced by it. The orcs never laid a claw on him. He single man, danced through giant hordes of orcs, slaughtering them consistently as the screams of the orcs would start to be like transmitted over the waves or whatever the hell.
The Voxcasters or whatever.
One of the Luna Wolves wanted to try to join him, and then the Quinzog Keshe guy was like, no, only observe. The Khan was almost invisible, hidden behind a curtain of severed flesh and thrown blood. A primordial force burning through the Xenos ranks, inviolable and darkly magnificent. For the first time in the campaign, the greenskins started to run, to scramble away from the devil that tried to devour them. And as they turned, cowering in the shadows with their backs carved open and necks broken. They cowered into the building, in which then the Khan entered the building and kept going, and none of his armies followed him. All that emerged from the far side of the gate were alien screams, one after the other, overlapping and smothering a chorus of terror and panic that went on and on and on and never relented, and after a while became impossible to listen to.
Oh my god.
The dude's like, forgive me, master. I have to go all out one last time.
Whoa. To make the orcs turn their backs and flee in terror. That's wow.
He's a good swordsman. I think he would have bodied Fulgrim. Maybe not bodied Fulgrim, but he would have hurt Fulgrim.
Yeah, I think he would have fucked Fulgrim. If he went all out against Fulgrim, I don't. Oh boy, yeah. When you said top 3, yep, agreed. Though, comically, when you first said that, for some reason I just pictured like the Bart meme where he's like, I'm gonna throw my fist in the air like this. If you get hit, it's your own fault. And he's just walking forward like that. That's, I don't know why I picked just little Bart in like some Astartes power armor with a sword. Yeah.
I like the idea of Lisa. It's like, he's so jaghatai, so predictable. Gonna use his jet bike for the battle. Good old jet bike never fails. There's actually a little bit of a discussion after that part too, where the Khan, for a while, after the battle, the Khan kind of sat down with the leader of the Kesheg, the Quinzagai.
Yeah.
And for a while they didn't say much, but then the Khan said it was weakness. He said at last, like, no one says it. Quinza replied, calm as ever. I've lost warriors before, but he was with us at the start. It had to happen sooner or later. Did it? Nothing is eternal. Some things are. A good blade, the wind on skin, an oath. The Khan let slip a crooked smile. Just what would make you angry then, Za? He asked. If you became, in some way, like other men, the master of the Keshig said. If you had seen him die and not done what you did. If you had let one of them, just one, live. Then, Kagan, I would have been angry.
Wow.
So it's like, yeah, you did the right thing there, Khan. If you let a single orc leave, I would have been like, wow, you a bitch.
Yeah, I mean that's to be expected of the Khan and the White Scar, you know. So
this was just Khan episode 2.0.
that's so crazy. Like to go through that many orcs like that is fucking wild. Holy shit.
It's pretty cool. The White Scars are some badass, dastardly ass dudes, and they are really, really cool. I am very pleased with how they've come out. As knowledge has resurfaced, and as I've learned more about them, it's pretty cool. I love them quite a bit now. They might not still not my favorite Legion or anything, but I have a lot of respect for the White Scars, especially people who are like diehard White Scars fans. Because I see a lot of people playing White Scars because they're strong in like a meta. I don't really see a lot of like die-hard, live and die White Scar guys with tons of speeders, bikes, and like librarians.
Yeah.
So I am very pleased with them. I don't have anything else. I didn't want to go too long for this episode. I wanted to just talk about some cool shit I found and some cool White Scars stuff. I'm sure there's more, but if there's die-hard White Scars fans that know more, well, you know what? You keep it to yourself, because the White Scars would do the same.
Or you can leave it in the comments, and we won't read it.
And I won't read it anyway.
But, yeah,
Shy might, though.
Shy might, she might, but if it's a bad one, you might end up as a meme on like Twitter or something. So you know.
Yeah, Fortnite, we about to get down.
Yeah, you're probably gonna get fucked anyway. So you know.
True.
Anyway,
any questions on the White Scars, DK?
So no questions, but I was surprised because like we were saying, it's like, oh yeah, they're kind of like Mongolians. So I was like, oh, Genghis Khan, they're probably all fucking brute savages, and they're laughing as they're slaughtering. It's kind of cool to find out that they're all about, they're really cultured. They do calligraphy, they do painting, they do philosophy. They're all about protecting the civilians. It's kind of cool to have like your perception of a legion just totally 180'd from what you expect, and find out they're actually pretty good. They're pretty good guys.
All right, well, that seems to end our episode. Thank you, everyone, so much for watching. Do be sure to check out the merchandise, the new merch, also over at orc8.com. My name's been Bricky.
Yeah.
You can find me at Bricky. I stream like almost daily. Come check it out. We're playing Bloodborne.
Alright, well, this is for these guys. So basically, during the, I believe, 42nd millennium? I'm not sure, but, yeah. During this time, 42nd millennium, when Robote Gilman had been resurrected, these White Scar Primaris armor dudes just were given to the Primaris, just were given to their firstborn. They're like, whoa, dang, these guys are awesome. And they're with the Primarch? Nice! We should have them here. And so they have them around, and they did some fast trials, and now they're riding ATVs, land speeders, and everything else. So yeah, next week I'm gonna get some riders, and hopefully, if I have enough money, I'll get the Primaris upgrades for the heads, so that I will have most of the riders not wearing any helmets, but one will, just to show their Mongolian side. So anyways, I hope you like this video. Like and subscribe, and hit the bell, and be sure to follow future subscriptions. And I'll see you guys next time. But